Welcome to the PokerGO Cup, or should I say, welcome back, because Jeff Platt and Brent Hanks took care of the Event 1 final table just a few hours ago, and my name is Remko Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me in the booth for some late night coverage. We have Event 2 underway. This is day 1 coverage, this is bonus coverage, it's the night shift, whatever you want to call it. We're going to have some fun with it. We're going to have stacked tables for you and taking you all the way down until we see a final table that will once again then be called by Jeff and Brent tomorrow here on YouTube and PokerGO. So we are amidst a marathon of PokerGO Cup action, and tonight's feature table will start out with lots of familiar faces, including Mr. Lucky Chewy right there on your screen. We got Darren Elias, Kristen Fox, and Joao Samau, Stanley Tang, and Justin Saliba taking center stage. Our secondary table, which will also be showing from time to time, includes the likes of a Jeremy Osmus, Mr. Kerry Katz, David Chen in the mix. So lots of players to look forward to. This event, 118 entries. We are down to roughly 40 players, and we're playing down to the final 7. So sit back, relax, get that popcorn ready. It's going to be a very fun night of poker action. Donnie, the Cup is off to a good start.
Yeah, listen, we are crushing this year on the PokerGO Tour. And I hate to sound like a homer, but let's be real. We're crushing it, okay? The opening event, the largest 5K No Limit Hold'em event that we have had here at the studio, smashing numbers, 177. Compare that to last year when that opener had 111.
Wow.
So well beyond last year. And then if you want to compare this event to last year's second event of the PokerGO Cup, last year 89 entries, this year 118. So again, crushing it.
I love it, absolutely love it. Jeff Platt already with the suggestion in the chat. Brent said y'all should call this the circus. Donnie, did you bring your clown outfit?
Hold on. Brent did not say we should call it the circus. Brent flat out called us the circus.
Okay,
I was
fair
listening.
enough. Fair
I
enough.
was watching the stream. He said, tune in tonight for the circus or something along those lines. Yes, this is the circus. We are the bonus boys. At your pleasure. Let's go.
Exactly. Yeah, we're going to have late nights every single night with the exception of Sunday. Sunday, of course, day of rest, day of gambling, perhaps, if you will. I know that Donnie Peters likes to fire those online events. I might go for a bike ride, but we'll have day 1 coverage of every single PokerGO Cup event going forward, all the way through our 25K Championship event, which I believe will be on next Thursday or Wednesday, off the top of my head. Either way, 8 events at the PokerGO Cup. We're going to show them to you all. Welcome to everyone in the chat. We are live, like I said, PokerGO and on YouTube. We're also live on Twitter, by the way. I didn't even know that was possible until very recently, but hey, if you're out there, please let yourself be known. Let us know where you're watching from. Let us know how your day/evening/morning is going. I'm sure we'll have some Aussie viewers as well. Saliba here, picking up King 9. Let's pay attention to some cards here. This table does not look particularly easy.
No, I mean, very tough table. We know plenty of these characters, of course. Also, always love to see the day 1 coverage, you know, a little bit more laid back. People willing to get after it a little bit more. Lichtenberger coming along here against Saliba.
$69,000 in the middle. Nice little double gut shot here. Or excuse me. Yeah.
10 seconds.
I am paying attention. Okay. good to make sure. 60,000 here from Saliba. Lichtenberger. Also a gut shot, also a pair. In position.
Yeah, always tricky to play out of position if you're Saliba, you know, just playing a little bit passive on the flop, understandably so, but taking the opportunity to, you you know, probably hopefully trying to win this one there on the turn, but if you get called, you still have outs, or, you know, you can proceed accordingly on the river. 10 pairs the board.
If we're Saliba here, is this a tempting card to continue on, given the action leading to up to this point? Saliba opened pre-flop to 22K, flop went check, then he went 60 on the turn. Now on the river, is this a spot he should be taking?
I think he can honestly go either way. You know, I could see Saliba having some 10s, checking flop, opting to then bet the turn. If he pegs Lichtenberger for hands like he has 8s, 6s, you know, even 9s, although you have a 9, stuff like that, that can also check back the flop. Lichtenberger can have 10s too, then do you think you're going to be able to get, you know, the non-10 hands to fold? I don't know. So maybe you want to just give it up? Anytime somebody uses time extensions, I feel like aggressive action is coming at some point. You know, it's almost like you just don't want to waste them and then ultimately check. I mean, not that it can't happen, of course, but.
Saliba in the tank here. As you can see, Eric Seidel in the background. We got multiple tables still in action, roughly 40 players to start this coverage as Saliba reaches out and bets what looks like 65,000. Going pretty small here on the river. Trying to make this look like value. Perhaps, you know, she checked back that 10 on the flop.
Can I order food? Can I order the Tamaki's sushi?
Tamaki sushi?
Yeah.
Okay.
Could certainly see Chewy calling here. You know, he unblocks spades. Spades could be a bluff. He does elect to fold, which is understandable as well.
All right, so Lichtenberger gives it up, and Saliba takes this one down. And that also makes him the table chip leader. Whether he's the table captain, we'll find out in the next few orbits. We'll see Jesse Lonis there in the background as well at Seidel's table. Donnie, you said, you know, vibes have been high on the PokerGO side, given the good turnout. What has the vibe in the room been like during these first two events?
Buzzing. I mean, I think everyone's super excited to be here. Yesterday's turnout for day one was bigger than many of us anticipated, which is a good thing. You know, every table was in action. The feature tables, both here and in that secondary triangle studio, were being used because capacity was reached. There were alternates. So, you know, everyone's like, I think, really much looking forward to this season on the PGT, chasing the qualification for the $1 million free roll at the end of it all. You know, just out here to gamble, have some fun. I definitely think everyone, I know, listen, again, the whole Homer thing, but everyone really does love playing in the studio.
Yep.
You know, I really do think they believe that. I don't just think that they say it. It's kind of this, in a way, like a private home game, although we know it's not private, right? You can come play, but it's just, it's luxurious, it's confined. You're not like next to slot machines and smoke and this and that and all that, you know, all that sort of stuff that can be distracting and bothersome. So yeah.
Food is great too.
Yeah, of course.
Not unimportant. Chewy makes it 22,000. Samau in the big blind is going to come along and make the call. Going to have heads-up action here. King, Queen, Jack rolls off the deck. Samau pairs up. Shout out to Tyler P in the chat. Freedom Fighters. Paul McCasland. MS82. Michael Cooper. I see you all. Thank you for tuning in. Martin Kalanecki, as always, the first one in the chat. Very much appreciated. Christy, thank you as one of the moderators hanging out with us. It's going to be an intense battle to see who makes it to this final table. And special note here, Stanley Tang on the right-hand side of your screen. We see him much more in our high-stakes cash games. Has been featured on high-stakes poker in the past as well. Love to see him taking a stab at the tournament game. We'll find out more today about his playing style when there's no unlimited rebuys possible. Tang, however, no stranger to tournament play, has just shy of $1 million in career tournament earnings. played many of the high roller events in the studio last summer. Also finished 16th in the 50K at the 2023 World Series of Poker. That, of course, one of the toughest lineups of the year.
Lichtenberger staying on the gas here. Continues to get favorable cards on board. Of course, he has that straight, not necessarily that he needed it, being the pre-flop raiser on this type of texture. Smile can't do nothing with that turn card, and into the muck it goes.
For those just tuning in, we are live, coming at you from the PokerGO studio in Las Vegas. On a slight delay, obviously, but we are playing down to the final table of 7, so you'll have the full storylines available to you when the final table action kicks off tomorrow. And I haven't even mentioned the payouts yet of this event. A total of 17 places will get paid, minimum payout of 17,700, meaning we will see the money bubble tonight as well as the final table bubble. Payouts will then escalate. Final 7 will get paid $47,200 and $295,000 up top, along with 295 points in the race for the leaderboard. And one name in particular, Donnie, I want to highlight here, speaking of the leaderboard, speaking of the race for the championship, Patrick Leonard, back in action last year, not featured as much or perhaps not at all at our studio, at least not on some of our live streams. But this year, seemingly swinging for the fences as he's already second on the standings.
Yeah, he got a victory at the kickoff series not too long ago. I believe this year is his first foray into the studio. If anyone follows Pads on social media, maybe you're in his Telegram channel, all that sort of stuff, you'll know very much that Pads loves leaderboards. Absolutely loves them. Every time, you know, a big scoop, W-Coop series, whatever the online series are, and he's chasing the leaderboards, he absolutely loves it. So now taking that love for leaderboards and transitioning it to the live felt here at the studio, here on the PGT. I saw also in one of his stories that he said he's going to be playing the upcoming PGT Mix Game Series.
Wow.
He's been playing a lot in Bobby's room. I refuse to call it anything else other than Bobby's room, but he's been playing the big mix games over there, you know, priming himself up for that PGT Mix Game Series. So expect to see lots of Patrick Leonard as we go.
Mixed Game Series kicking off on PokerGO on February 26th. Man, that's coming up fast. 5K horse, 5K 8 game, 10K horse, 10K 8 game. Special event called Maury's Mix. Got the dealer's choice and the 25K championship. And then on March 6th, the 100K Super High Roller Bowl mixed games will kick off. So a little bit of a tease there on what's to come as we see Tang bet 40K with the nut flush draw.
Fold.
And Lichtenberger, let's go the Jack 10. Blinds at 5K, 10K with a 10K big blind ante. As you can see, stacks are fairly comfortable for these players. 3 players up and over 40 bigs. Kristen Fox on our short stack, by the way.
Yeah.
Current #1 on the PGT Championship standings.
Hey.
Looks like we've got some fresh blood coming to the feature table. Matthew McEwen joining us here on the feature. McEwen, 1.5 million in career tournament earnings, has been very active in the studio as of late. 3 cashes at the Last Chance Series, one of which was a 5th place finish in event #1, and then at the kickoff in event #1, he finished 3rd for $54,000. So it's safe to say McEwen is chasing those points and dollars, of course. But that'll have him off to a good start.
I think 209 or
Every
210.
Every cash counts on the PGT. And McEwen here, terrific spot to pick up some chips perhaps, finding aces in the big blind on his very first hand here at the feature table.
What's it like? You just come up to the feature,
55.
cameras, bright lights, boom, aces.
3-betting to 55K. Foxen, the shortest stack at this feature table. Put under pressure. King Jack starts to shrink a little bit.
Yeah, it starts to shrink. You know, at least in my experience, when somebody is brand new to the table, I feel like they tend to have it more often than not. He also does come, I guess, kind of smallish here, so does Kristen read this as, you know, this is him trying to take me to Value Town, trying to induce me to do something a little bit crazy? She thinks better of it, though, and into the muck it goes.
All right, so McEwen picks up some chips, perhaps not as much as he had wanted, but sometimes you gotta just be happy to win some. Caitlin Jefferson in the chat says, put David Chen in the game. Well, David Chen is in the game. He is on our secondary feature table. We'll show him in just a bit. We've had some shuffling around as well on that table. Dan Smith now also on our secondary table, along with Anthony Hu. And I saw Anthony Hu fan already in the chat on PokerGO. I'm going to just assume that's a family member.
Maybe it's him.
That'd be even funnier.
No, I did not. I did not. I wanted to. Did not do that. Yeah. Friends did like a little Super Bowl party.
Today's final table can also be rewatched on PokerGO and on YouTube. Quite a quick affair. Cherish Andrews making the bid for the win. Ultimately fell just short.
Texas Mike steamrolled.
Yeah.
Started as the big chip leader, and I think he lost it for maybe 2 hands to Cherish at one point, but quickly got the chip lead back and just won every hand he needed to. Got lucky at the right times, you know. That's what it takes in a tournament.
We missed you at,
Out on top.
Yeah.
Also worth noting that he's involved in a side bet
I wanted to come. It just didn't make sense.
for either
I wanted to get a
25
few
or
things done
50K a
before this
person.
week.
Wow.
Have to win the cup. So,
Okay.
but
I've never
he's
been.
off to a
I've been
great
years
start.
ago. It's so fun. Yeah, I haven't gone for like 8 years. Yeah.
wait.
It has like, oh,
Sorry, that one's cool too.
is this a different one?
This is Hot Springs.
Oh,
Is it called?
Gold Strike Canyon, I think. I think you're right.
that's what I was thinking
Yeah,
too.
sorry, that place
That's
was
totally, yes, that's what I was thinking.
It's also Gold Strike.
That's really funny. That's hilarious.
Yeah. It's
That
like
place is cool.
Yeah, like-
Yeah.
It's like a natural hot springs.
Oh, amazing.
It's like you go like a 3-mile hike and
Oh, wow. Where?
the water's super hot.
How far away is it?
Yeah, 45-minute drive.
Oh, no way. What's it called? Gold Spike.
Gold Strike.
Strike.
Gold Strike.
No, I'm. All right.
You learn something every day on this PGT stream. Gold Strike Hot Spring. I didn't even know about it, and it's pretty close to
You going?
Las Vegas. I am going.
Wanna ride your bike?
Take the bike out there. Yeah, exactly. You know it. Close to the Hoover Dam for those at home curious. Lichtenberger and Saliba head to head again. Saliba this time with the goods. King Jack on his Jack high flop.
Fold.
Easy little fold there for Lichtenberger.
Yeah, maybe it's like 45 minutes away. 40
Okay.
minutes away. It's like right in Arizona. And you like go on this hike, and then you're in like just like hot springs. I've
That's
never seen, like,
amazing.
natural hot
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And then if you like keep going,
Okay.
go down this ladder, and then you're at the Colorado River.
Oh,
Like,
very
sit
cool.
Like 110 degree. Like
Oh,
it's
no
like
way.
110, 107.
Wow.
100 maybe.
That's pretty cool.
After that, you just like go to the Colorado River, which is like
That's-
55.
Yeah, that sounds amazing. Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, it was.
And the water's clean and both. Whatever, yeah. It's fine enough.
Yeah.
It appears clean, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's definitely not like disgusting.
Yeah.
But it's mineral water though. You know?
Yeah.
So, like,
Okay.
You kind of get like a filter on you.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Doesn't it kind of make you soft? Your
Yeah.
skin soft? Yeah.
Yeah.
How I felt about Iceland.
Standing Tang raising with the suited ace. Saliba on the button. Tempted perhaps with the ace wheel card, but does decide to let it go. Tyler P is asking whether we can turn on Saliba's microphone. Because this is bonus coverage and because there's tons of shuffling around of players and tables,
Like,
we've decided not to mic
frequency.
everyone up
No air conditioner.
and
Oh,
sort
no
of
way.
adjust as we
It's
go
cold or
on the
hot, though?
fly. So bear
oh,
with
you're
us.
hot?
Yeah,
It's
you
cold
know.
in here. No.
Lights.
Yeah. Oh, that's so crazy.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Just bought it like
Yeah.
for the string tables.
That's
so
cool.
hot,
Yeah.
First time. Let's see if
You'll see
luck
if
or
it.
not.
Yes. If it's lucky, you keep it.
Yeah, even in the winter.
Yes.
And Aram is like the best tour guide for that stuff. I like went to his place, he had like a fresh smoothie, a juice, and like a refrigerator for like the
Wow.
walk back,
Amazing.
all sorts of stuff. So,
Aw, that's nice.
yeah.
Donnie, it's very laid back and casual here this time of day. No real pressure from the money bubble or final table bubble, which we'll see later on tonight. Do you think that it's just, you know, par for the course at this stage of the event that the players are more or less just sort of hanging back a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, just kind of chilling, you know? Playing a little bit of poker. Of course, that pressure will start to ramp up as we get closer to the money, but we're still, you know, kind of a bit of a ways away, so no real reason to get too crazy. Players are fairly deep from what, you know, you might be used to seeing at final tables, so like the pressure to, like, you know, pick up a hand or maybe go with something, try and get your chips in, isn't so overwhelming right now as it might be in the later stages. But it's good, you know, more laid back, more table talk. Not that it's not friendly at final tables, but it appears more friendly as well, so I like it. It's a nice change of pace.
Chu is usually rather chatty, and he seems to be a bit more locked into his own zone right now.
Sorry if I bump you. I have an awkward spot here.
You trade your whole franchise away for a player that gets injured.
Stanley Tang has been active so far, picking up some decent playable hands. Coming in for the raise again.
10 seconds.
Christy in the chat says, please like and subscribe. Yes, thank you for the reminder. If you are catching us on YouTube, please do hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. Helps us spread the good word on these live streams. We're going 2-a-days, so you guys better stay fresh at home. Final tables at 1 p.m. every day. Late night bonus coverage, or the circus, if you will, every night at 8 p.m. Pacific time.
I mean, they were struggling a lot.
Action
Once
falling
Jimmy
around
Butler
to
came
Samau
on,
in
looks
the
like
big blind.
they have a shot.
I mean, like, is he playing? We're still lacking.
He played pretty well his debut.
First game he played good. Last game he didn't play good. Like,
Samau defending here.
doing 30 things. He's had, like,
Queen
4
7 3 2 clubs. Not too shabby for Samau. If we're Samau here, Donnie, are we concerned about Tang's range despite this flop connecting with us, given the fact that he raised under the gun?
Yeah, I mean, you always have to be concerned that an under the gun raise is
He could play
probably going to be higher up in terms of what the opponent's playing. So in this case, it can mean top pairs, it can mean over pairs, it can mean better flush draws.
I mean, it was huge for Butler, you know, just to have
Samau does opt to just attack right away and is able to get that done on the semi-bluff.
able to get to the free throw line and drive. So, like Wiggins, like Butler's way more effective.
Looks like Samau busted out a neck fan.
old.
He's like right up there too.
Used to see those sold a lot in the Rio hallways, along with portable phone chargers and
Yeah.
other types of electronics that
Yeah.
came straight out of China, I'm sure.
Moved around a lot.
He plays poker.
He does.
Yeah.
Well, he kind of did.
He played on
played
Hustler.
Hustler, right.
Some chatter at the table I just picked up on about the Luka Doncic trade. Feels so bad for Jeff Platt, diehard Mavs fan. Feeling bad for all the Mavs fans, actually. It's not like the Lakers need any more good fortune. They
They're
already
like ready to riot in Dallas.
Oh, I mean,
They were
I saw there were
they were throwing fans out of the stadium, out of the
yeah,
arena
but
the other day.
they were bringing flowers and notes and jerseys to the Dirk statue in front of the stadium, as you know, to mourn the loss of Luka, understandably so. We get rudely interrupted
I had that hand
here
in my small blind.
by
I
some
made a tight fold.
big pre-flop action.
Ace and 8 around.
Yes.
It's Kristen Foxen all in and at risk for 164,000 chips up against Zhao Samao. Pure coin flip here, ace-8 versus sixes. Foxen's still working on her coffee, hoping for a long night. Let's see if she can find a way to hold up. And we see king 10-9, queen on the turn. Still safe, but not comfortable. But that 5 on the river ensures that Foxen stays in the hunt. She is the leader of the 2025 PGT Championship standings, and will now feel a whole lot more comfortable as we approach the decisive stages of this event. I don't want to be biased or a homer, but I'm happy that Kristen Foxen is staying in the event.
Of course. Great player. She also always brings the action. She's aggressive. She'll get after it. So let's see what follows here now that she's doubled up. Nice healthy stack. Took
I one
about
time
half
thought
the
about a
chips
game
somehow.
where if you get it in,
Yep.
you don't see what the other person's cards are. You see the run out, and then additional bidding happens.
Ooh. What would we bid with, though?
Well, like in that case, maybe you could have some
Like,
stipulation where you're like, yeah, like I mean, probably you're not feeling great, right?
yes, yes.
So
Indeed.
maybe
No,
you,
I
you
wouldn't
can,
have
you can try
felt
to get
great
something
at all.
back, and then he's like, yeah, totally, like for sure.
Yes.
I don't know how it would actually
Wow, we
work in
both would have
practice.
felt very bad on that board.
Yeah.
You need to be able to blow
Yeah.
up the bid, though, right?
Yeah,
Don't know how
the actual structure of the game is not well thought out, but just the idea of the run out happens
Yeah.
and additional
Yeah.
negotiations can occur. I think it would be fun.
I like the idea of running it, like having a run it twice option, like for one time maybe in the tournament. Like you have.
This
a
is
chip to
this has been
cards.
discussed for a long
Maybe
time,
you
right?
do it after the first run out without seeing the cards.
That's a good idea.
Do you know what I mean? Because I
Yeah.
would have used that one.
And then you can
So
vote.
would have he.
So would he. Yeah.
Yeah.
Samao
You can play your
pressing
run it
on
Yes.
once
with
or
pocket
twice,
nines
token
after
face
Lichtenberger
down.
made it 20K. Stanley Tang looking at
Great.
king queen suited in the small blind. Perhaps this will feel tempting, but ultimately maybe not. Perfect. 17 bigs to the shove from Samao. Whoever's opening those chips, please share those with us. Tang gets out of the way.
Fold.
We got some nice cards here for a four-way pot, but instead, Samao will take it down without showdown.
Sixes?
Flipping.
I
Good
fold
hand.
6 too, my friend.
You fold sixes to me?
If you don't fold 6 for me, we are not friends anymore. I don't understand what you're saying.
Suda pictures. Suda pictures. Yeah. I was more worried about him. I don't know. I mean, then.
Stanley Tang, owner, creator of DoorDash. That's the dream, right, Donnie? To just, invent something cool, bank a couple billion, and then just play poker for fun.
Oh, yeah.
Pocket pairs all around so far. Elias makes it 20K with 7. Samau now with a decision with holding 6s. Are we approaching this similarly as 9s?
I could see him jamming here for sure. I mean, he's got 22 bigs right around that spot. And then Elias, I think, has a call. I think 7s qualifies. It's close.
This is for a large chunk of Elias chips. Does let it go.
I think one flaw with my game idea is that you're already all in, so you're kind of out of additional betting.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
But it could be a way to get some chips back.
Well, it's like in the LA private games, they ask if you want to chop on the river.
Right. That's, yeah. Maybe that's just the way that this should work.
Like without seeing each other's hands.
Yeah, like the other person offered you want to chop.
Now
they
doesn't
don't
know
do-
he
they
got
don't
away
do
with
this
one.
anymore because it's like too much angling. But
Yeah, I mean, you can.
Sorry.
yeah,
Yeah, I was gonna say there could be a lot of.
but then
That's a problem
you
in
gotta have
cash
some
games. You
bluff
can't do
chops
that.
in where
Right.
you have
Yes.
to nuts and offer to chop
Yeah.
in order for people to be willing to chop with.
You can't do that in cash games. Make the regs at least pretend they're not.
Another good one here for Zhao. Ace King suited. He had 9s. He had 6s. Now he's got Ace King suited.
He also had more chips, and those are now in front of Kristen Foxen. So Samau trying to get some of his money back.
60.
And look at this. Stanley Tang has had enough of Samau trying to run over this table, and then Lichtenberger finds pocket 10s. 10s here, Donnie, with 38 big blinds behind. Very interesting spot here for Chewy.
Ellen.
And there we go. Big shove from Chewy for 265. Action back on Samau with the biggest drawing hand in all of poker, as I like to call it. Ace King of Hearts. Samau moves all in over the top. Stanley Tang will get out of the way. And we got another classic coin flip here. 10s versus Ace King. This time a little bit more at
Well, we
stake.
already know what each other have, so.
The worst that I go against.
605 in the middle. This hand will probably not get chopped. And a 10 and a 10.
Wow.
And it's quads on the flop
That's
for Lucky Chewy. And Samau in the process flops an ace and rivers a king.
Oh yeah, there you go. Bad luck.
Holy moly. Lucky Chewy finds quads and
Yeah.
brings some life to this table. Samau will depart and leave an empty chair as Chewy rakes in the chips and will be up to 735,000. That'll get the juices flowing.
Can you assist in the.
Yes.
I mean, Samau looks like he saw a ghost
There you go.
High hand
walking
bonus.
out there.
Thank you.
High hand bonus table 1. Don't get to see that all that often. That you just, bink quads on the flop. Well, if you want to learn how to play against quads or with quads, perhaps check out octopipoker.ai. If Chitwick raises, it's your move. Drill real spots from PGT final tables right now. And I will say that is the best way to practice. You can save 10% on an annual Octopi plan. Check it out and join right now at octopipoker.ai. Promotion is valid throughout the PokerGO Cup. So go check them out right now and study with their incredible solver tools.
Money running to 50.
Oh, whose is it? There we go.
Raise 22,000.
Saliba makes it 22 on the button with 9-6 of diamonds.
Darren's in there.
Heads up.
9 high could be trouble. We got 1-9.
Check.
Unironically, that would have been another good one in the completely opposite direction.
Yes.
That would have been like,
Yes.
yeah. Let's
More.
bet.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah. But I guess he has the type of hand where, with that action, if the person's like, yeah, let's
Yeah.
keep betting, it's like,
Still.
whoa, 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 whoa.
Yeah, that would be fun.
Saliba bets 15K. Elias flopping a 9 is going to come along and make the
We used to
call.
have a dollar rule in our high school home games, where if somebody busted you, they gave you $1, so you could at least try to run it up.
Aw, that's nice.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because like you know,
I like that.
yeah. I mean, you got dropped off at your
Yes.
friend's house, and
Yes.
like, yeah.
Yeah,
6
don't
on
wanna
the
send your
turn
friend
gives
packing.
Saliba
No, exactly.
2 pair.
but you know.
Elias's 9 is getting a
How
little
many
bit
times
smaller
can you get
here.
this dollar?
Well, that was the thing; it got abused. So it was like,
Yes.
you get the dollar, you lose. Can I get another $1? It's like, well, then the game is
That's a
kind of
good
just
point.
like everyone's all in every hand for $1.
Yeah, yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah, it's not great at that
Action
point.
goes check, check. River brings the queen of clubs. Now both players with 2 pair, 4 diamonds, 4 clubs, excuse me, out there. Tricky to get value in any sort of way here.
I do think the run it twice card, like you could just give a card that's like run it twice to use once, or maybe like, I don't know, maybe 1 per person per tournament, or
You could have a run it once, run it twice card, and then you pick which one you want at the end.
Ooh, that's how you do your thing, I think.
Yes,
Yeah,
it has to
the
be
closest.
something
Yes. That is
unknown.
interesting. Yeah.
Maybe somebody listening will have a good idea.
Yeah.
It's 2.
I'm shocked they haven't done something
Goes
like
check,
that.
check. Elias will show down the better 2 pair with a smile.
It takes our great minds to figure it out,
This is true.
and we're always playing.
I
not
trust
creating.
you. Yes.
Blinds up. 6, 12, 12.
Blinds are up, 6, 12, 12. Sure that'll force some more action. Little update from our secondary table. Jeremy Osmus, according to our stats, one of the big stacks at the table with just shy of 500K. David Chen just over 500K, so he is our chip leader on table 2. Dan Smith still in the hunt as well with 313,000. Anthony Hu on 492 as McEwen picks up aces for the 2nd time in just a few short orbits.
Re-raise 80,000.
Elias comes over the top at the worst possible time. Ace-10 offsuit in the small blind. McEwen. This was music to the ears of Matthew McEwen. How do we weigh between 4-betting and calling, trying to perhaps get something more out of your opponent?
Yeah, I think here you can certainly call in position, you know, quite a bit.
Does decide to move all in. McEwen with the shove. Very similar stack to Elias, who lets it go.
If he gets aces a third time, he's for sure going to slow play them.
Oh, yeah. This is not working out for him so far. Players at the table, we're discussing some alternative runouts for all-in situations. Perhaps the option to request a chop after both players keep their cards down after running out the board. Someone in the chat on PokerGo says, how about an only run it twice tournament? Well, if you want us to be here for 16 hours every final table, then maybe that's a good idea. Personally, not a fan of the run it twice, 3 times, 4 times. Even in cash games, it takes away from the action. And of course, it's not my money on the line, so easy for me to say. Lichtenberger makes it 24,000. Picks up the blinds and antes. Little look around the room here. You'll see Dan Smith there in the back. See the hat of Michael Monsek in the back as well, still active in this tournament. And we go on over to our secondary table as David Chen has kings versus ace queen and quad aces here. Holy moly.
Only quads today.
Andrew Moreno makes quad
Trapped him in there
aces.
with the best hand he couldn't fold. That's just the pro move.
Holy. I don't think I've ever seen quad aces before in our live stream.
I know, I'm just getting in bad every time getting there. No, I wouldn't say.
Getting late in the tournament.
I would say I'm not really wasting it at this point. It's yet to be determined.
Moreno up to 641,000 after doubling up with ace queen versus kings. David Chen, very unlucky, knocked down to 224,000. Monster hands early on here. And I say early on as in our coverage. The event started today at noon. But we are at the stage of the tournament right now where it starts to matter.
Pretty amazing you flopped him dead. Yeah. That's hard to do. The conversation in my head too was like, I just don't want to be like flopped dead. This is my head. Like, let me just like have a sweat. Is what I was thinking. Like,
well, you saw the queen in the window, so you're like,
yeah,
all right, I
yeah.
gotta sweat.
It was funny because I was like thinking, just don't be flopped dead here.
My man over there deserves a sweat at least, you know.
Running kings. Yeah. That's nice.
Yeah.
Staying with our secondary table for now, and I must say, on par with our main feature table. No bad tables in this room ever. Always plenty of good action.
There he is, David Chen.
Yep, fan favorite.
24.
24.
Moreno raises it up to 24,000. Anthony Hu looking down at King Jack in the small blind. Comes along and makes the call.
Let's see if this invites in carry from the big, and it does. Queen 3 suited. He's in there, so 3 ways.
Ace, King, Deuce. Rolls off the deck here. King, Jack of diamonds looking really good here. Pairing the king, having the diamonds to go along with it. Moreno gets check 2 and reaches for chips. Looks like 40,000. Oh, sorry, those are 1Ks. 28,000 instead.
Yeah, Moreno going to continue a lot here on this texture. Of course, we can see that Hu has a very good hand here that he flopped. Middle pair, he's got those diamonds as well. Makes the call, carries out of the way.
Ace pairs on the turn. Who again with the quick check. Action back over to Moreno. Moreno opting to check back. River brings the 8 of clubs. Now, if Moreno does have an ace here, is he also likely to check back on the turn?
I think he would probably continue with an ace.
I think just because it's like exactly like that kind of opening, you know? And I just came back first to work out, and it's just like they've been better than we've ever been.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
Check.
Anthony, who checks a third time. No showdown value here for Moreno, most likely. Could we see a bet out of him again?
Could. I mean, it's hard because you get to these spots and, you know, you think, okay, I just have jack high. Do I want to just give up? But then on the other hand, it's like, does the story make sense? You know, if I were to have an ace, would I play it this way? Betting the flop, of course.
135.
You know, would I check back on turn?
And Moreno does fire 135.
One of the reasons I like
And this looks extremely greedy to me, which
like, okay, this is how you're moving the
would also kind of give off the sense of this screams value. But who's wise to it?
And who makes the call and gets some really nice value here from this passive approach.
I, for one, will be tuning in later to Andrew Moreno's Instagram because he's been
happy with
giving
that
off
call?
like key hands and talking about his thought process. So I want to know what he was thinking there.
Yeah, you get 3.
Always good to get the insight straight from these players.
Ace with enough flush draw would be nice.
He's a monster.
No, I just sound ungrateful.
Good pickup there for who?
Yeah, I think that's squat a couple times.
Dan Smith, not someone we have seen
His wife's into it too.
that much
Yeah.
on recent PGT streams. It's good to have him back in the studio.
The same way.
Smith, of course, one of the first ballot Hall of Famers in my mind. 57 million in career tournament earnings. Just a consistent crusher on the tournament scene for what feels like a decade and a half at this point. Smith has no fewer than 12 seven-figure scores under his belt.
10 seconds.
Moreno keeps raising 24K. Auspice calls along with Cats, both players in the blinds. Ace King 3, 2 diamonds. Auspice with the ace, and now Moreno the potential to run into a similar scenario where he's gonna deal with someone check calling.
Yeah, we'll see if he wants to continue here. And he does, it looks like at least.
24.
Carries quickly out of there. Another type of texture here where, you know, Moreno's gonna have an advantage a lot of times, especially after carry calls small blind. You know, Auspice can get in there with wide range of hands, getting a very good price. Of course, we can see that he has that ace.
8 of clubs on the turn. Auspice again with the check. Moreno perhaps now thinking of some showdown value, not wanting to run into exactly the hand that Auspice has here. And look at this, a queen on the river cautious play on the turn, resulting in serious improvement here by Moreno. 132 in the middle. Do you think he's going to size up again, targeting a small ace perhaps?
Well, first let's see what Osmus comes with. I envision Osmus is going to come with some sort of lead here, just like in a way kind of trying to control the money that goes in. He comes with 34, you know, it feels kind of blockerish. Don't want to check and like have to get faced again like on the last hand. If Moreno comes with something like full pot, you know, you're kind of in a weird spot where you're just playing really a guessing game. Here it's going to be even more interesting because I would anticipate Moreno comes with a raise here.
116.
And there it is. Moreno makes it 116. Now, which options is Osmus weighing, and what sort of story is Moreno telling here?
I mean, Moreno could certainly have 2 pair here. He could also be bluffing with, you know, obviously ones are missed diamonds, for example, and like, I don't know, Jack 10 of diamonds, Queen 10 of diamonds, whatever they may be. Does Moreno possibly play queens like this? Gets there on the river. King, queen, I would put in there as well.
Time extension.
Question is, how often is Moreno bluffing here? Because Osmus is not beating much more than that.
Yeah, and the hard part about these tournaments specifically at this sort of level of competition is the large majority of the players that you're up against are going to find bluffs, find value, all at the right frequency, you know, to the bluffs there. So it makes it very hard. Whereas if you're playing in, let's say, I don't know, an $1,100 tournament, something that you and I might frequent more, you can just be like, okay, well, people don't ever bluff. They don't ever bluff this spot, so I just fold. You know, that sort of thing. But I mean, Osmus knows that Moreno's capable. Look at the last hand, for example. But then again, maybe that's also playing into the mind of Osmus, where it's like, listen, this guy just bluffed it off on the last hand. Is he also going to be bluffing here? Osmus does correctly find the fold there. Well done by him. That's why he's the reigning PGT Player of the Year.
Welcome once again to all the people in the chat. Wherever you're watching from, please let us know. Also, let us know what you're enjoying. Maybe perhaps it's snack time wherever you're watching from. Perhaps you're enjoying a little cold one. As we see Brandon Wilson pick up pocket kings. Wilson has had his share of success inside the studio, as David Chen, speaking of success in the studio, finds ace-queen offsuit. Might be trouble here for Chen on basically 20 bigs here.
Yeah, I think this is probably going to go all in here.
Time extension.
Looks like it is.
All in.
David Chen moves all in. Lots of quick folds as we are heading back towards the initial raiser.
All in.
10 seconds.
And there it is. Brandon Wilson
I think he has more.
moves all in for good measure in case there was any chips left behind.
Can't happen again, right?
Literally impossible.
1 in a million.
Last time we saw this showdown, it was Moreno making quad aces. This time Chen hoping to catch a piece of this flop to stay alive in this event. Brandon Wilson's got him covered by what looks
I
like
like this season
5,000.
then, I think.
King in the window, ace right behind it. Quad ace is still possible. Jack on the turn will eliminate those chances, and a 3 on the river will seal it. David Chen eliminated from this tournament. Brandon Wilson up to 483. And we'll have a seat open here on our secondary feature table. David Chen burst onto the scene in 2024 with a win at the Poker Masters.
Maybe not. Got you by 4.
He'll have to wait on his first win at the PokerGO Cup.
Did we get the sweater?
Cashed in event number 1, finished in 9th place.
some brag.
As the players are verifying the count to make sure that Chen is indeed eliminated.
If you wear something like that, you can't wear like any crazy.
According to our stats, he was just covered, and there it is. Chips sliding over to
Gotta keep it a
Brandon
little
Wilson.
online.
Wilson, who's off to a very good start in 2025, winning 2 events at the PGT Last Chance, solidifying his spot in the championship, in which he ultimately did not manage to cash.
I might try a little harder. I mean, it's just like, I've had it for a while. I haven't bought really much new clothes in a while. So, I mean, a couple little things.
We're going to continue here on our secondary table, as I've gotten word that we've lost Stanley Tang from our main feature table. No footage of that, but at least I can pass along the information.
10 seconds.
Looks as though McEwen got his chips. He's up to 523,000. Keith Lear, meanwhile, has been moved to the feature table, sitting on 484,000 as we stay with table B for now.
10 seconds.
In case you're in town or able to come to Las Vegas, PokerGO Cup still ongoing until the middle of next week.
10 seconds.
There's always a seat open here at the studio.
No, that's not mine. Yeah. Okay.
Small pot here between the blinds. Dan Smith's latest win in live tournament play came at the 2024 US Poker Open, where he won event number 3 for 235,000. Follow that up with a final table again in event number 8, where he finished in 4th. Wilson going to take a stab here on the turn, and that'll do it. Looks like Brent Hanks is taking over the chat, along with Jeff Platt. Good to have the boys hanging out there with us as we pivot back to the main feature. See Ren Lin at the bottom of the screen. Good to have him in the studio. I'm sure he's going to welcome some people to his company over the course of the PokerGO Cup. We just need a situation where we have Nick Schulman and Ren Lin at the same table. That would be my preferred setup. Dan Smith finding a 6 of hearts on the button.
10 seconds.
Let's see what he's going to come with.
10 seconds.
24,000 is the race. Brandon Wilson is going to 3-bet from the small blind. Makes it 100,000 to go. Action back on Smith.
The A6 is never a fun one to play.
10 seconds.
Always just feels tricky. attempting it sometimes, you know, feels just pretty inferior. Plenty of the other times, so what really can you do?
Yeah, Smith gets out of the way. A little cautious here, understandably so. Back down to 250. Still a ways away from the money. Final 17 places will get paid. We'll have coverage of the money bubble on this stream tonight. For many people, this might be the first time watching our bonus coverage. We are bouncing between tables 1 and 2 from time to time. Running the operations here with a bit of a smaller crew as Kerry Katz moves all in with ace-queen. Katz slides forward a stack worth 144,000. Looks as though he's not going to get any customers.
Gets it through.
seconds.
24.
24.
Raise and take for Brandon Wilson, who continues to grow his stack up to 573.
Brandon, you got like 500, 550 now?
Easy game.
How much do you think it
Should be
matters that
5,
these players
55,
know each other
60
so
hole.
well? Or do you think that, and perhaps you can explain this, the
530 plus 580.
approach they have to the game doesn't necessarily involve that much leveling or meta between the players because of history they might have?
I mean, I think the history always plays into it. You know, you can think back into different hands, either that you've played against players or that you've seen them play, because of course a lot of this stuff and a lot of the hands that these players have played are in live streamed events. So, you know, you have that history, yes, but then it's like, okay, I think you're gonna do this, so I'm gonna do this, but then I think that, so then I'm gonna act this way. So it just becomes like, you know, maybe we start off like we're both playing level 1. By now, these guys are on level 97 each, and everyone's trying to like outdo each other, you know. Well, before I would always go down this path in the game tree. Well, now I'm going to go down this one, and then maybe I'm going to do a U-turn and go this way. So, you know, so it does become like that game within the game. They're always trying to outdo each other. They're always trying to outclass each other, but also do it, you know, foundationally sound at all times. You know, not just being there just going crazy. What do you think Kerry's listening to, by the way? He's jamming. Look at him.
Iron Maiden? Bon Jovi, perhaps? Auspice here coming in with the 3-bet to 88,000. Action back on who? Gets out of the way.
I think also, you know, the more history that you have with the player or players, you know, the more you realize what they're capable of in general. You know, you start playing with a lot of these guys and you say, okay, like, I play with this player and he's just your standard ABC type of player. He always has it. He never really bluffs, so I can kind of play accordingly in that direction. Then you play against someone like, let's say, Jeremy Osmus, for example, because, you know, he's front and center right now. But you look at Jeremy and it's like, okay, he can have value. He can certainly find the right bluffs at the right frequency. So he's someone who's more tricky to play against because he's not necessarily just going to be leaning one way or the other. Another good one here for Moreno. Ace, king off.
24.
144.
Wow, and Cat's going to move all in with
Lucky number.
ace queen suited. It's going to be bad news for him when it gets back to Moreno.
That's too fast, bro.
Oh, yeah. Kerry
King
Katz
is king, I know it.
not
All right,
liking
I'm gonna have to get lucky.
the snap call. As
Been
Renlin
happening
says,
a lot
please
on
no
this
snap
table,
call.
so. Ace
Well,
queen's been unbeatable this table.
Moreno pulled the trigger instantly.
Except
Ace Queen has made quads earlier. Let's see if Katz can find a way to escape here as
plus I think
Moreno
I'm due to get
has him
unlucky,
on the
'cause I've been
ropes.
getting lucky.
Here's the flop.
Yep. Nice
4,
and
5, 5, 2 diamonds.
Boom.
Katz
Nope.
picks up the
Alright,
diamond draw.
Queen or diamond?
River card is the 10 of hearts. No diamonds out there for Katz. And the ace queen of Moreno will hold up. He is up to 716,000 as we see Katz depart the PokerGO studio. And the players are dropping like flies. Moreno in a terrific spot here as we approach the stage of the tournament where a lot more pressure can be put on some of these players with the money bubble looming in the distance.
And Moreno recently talked a couple days ago on his Instagram about how he wants to compete more in these high stakes, high roller events like here in the studio, elsewhere. He's entertained the idea of heading over to Triton events, that sort of stuff, because in a way, as he put it, he feels like this is more of his purpose in poker. He's built up his game so much. He feels really confident. He's studied. He continues to try and improve. Now let's put it all to the test. Let's see what I'm made of. Let's challenge myself and let's go against the best in the world. And now you see him here.
Love to see it. Absolutely love it. I feel like we're on a good sort of year-to-year run where new players become part of the regular crew that plays here at the PokerGO studio at a time where you might not expect that. Of course, you and I both come from the, you want to call it sort of the boom era, the moneymaker boom era, where every single tournament are seemingly, we're opening a new can of top online players who were, taking a stab at the live realm. Nowadays, not so much, not so easy. However, studying tools have become much more accessible, but it is cool to see guys like a Brendan Wilson or an Anthony Hu or even someone like an Andrew Moreno become mainstays here at the studio, contrasting to guys like, Dan Smith and Jeremy Osmus, even someone like a Lucky Chewy who've been around for, 10 to 15 years at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of just the natural evolution of the game overall. I think I saw it was today, the Only Friends podcast. I saw their headline was Next Poker Boom.
Right.
And now I didn't watch or listen to the episode.
You didn't listen to find out how we're going to have the next poker room? Come on.
Well, I think they were citing, just the rise in high roller fields, really.
Right.
I mean, without listening to the episode, I'm going to guess that that's what they were kind of getting at, where the stuff in the studio is going off. We know how big the Triton events are all the time, right? So it's just like these people have built up good bankrolls, and now they're applying themselves to that next level, probably backed a lot by what you mentioned, the studying that is available, the study tools, all that sort of stuff. People are able to progress and get better, and it's like, okay, I now need to step it up and challenge myself. A lot of poker players have ego, man. The game is built on ego, right? You want to face the best of the best. People can take their shots. It's great to see.
I have tremendous amounts of respect for anyone willing to step up into the ring here. And Moreno among those that have been around for a long time, but it's also taken him a long time to become more of a regular here inside the studio as he raises the 48,000 with 10-8 here on the gut shot. Wilson betting 14K with ace high, does have the clubs going for him in this blind battle.
Moreno making it difficult here for Wilson to continue, but Wilson says, listen, sir, I'm up to something, but I know you're up to something, so I'm coming right back, 115K. Let's see what you got over there, pal.
John Hennigan. I predict he plays to make just because it's here.
Yeah. Well, last I talked to him, he was like on the same spot. Yeah. I agree.
Moreno does give it up.
Does he go to do and play?
Well done by Wilson there, finding the 3-bet.
Yeah, that was well done by him.
That's what he was talking about doing.
Does block, you know, some good flush draw combinations, of course, with that ace of clubs.
Oh, right. Last night.
Can certainly be limping some premiums there, so just went after it and got it done.
He loves them.
Seems to be a lot of fighting in the chat.
Oh,
I mean, it's like Brent comes into town and it's just like.
Oh, really?
I mean, it's discussions about who's the best commentator, who needs to be more like who.
That New York dude.
I mean, Brent called us the circus, but I see where the circus is, sir.
It's in the chat right now.
I mean, what are we at? Like 11 involved, maybe?
10 seconds.
Fuck, I had you. I just felt like you had it that time.
They're trying to run a satellite through. They're trying to get one going or something.
A little bit better. I was putting in 6. Yeah, I mean, I might have put in more. Could have had the low boards. Yeah, I wasn't suited.
I got covered in low boards too, buddy.
Yeah, but that hand would have been a little better.
Probably unlikely.
Day one coverage, always a good spot for us to listen in on some of the table talk. Every now and then we'll catch some gem stories, perhaps even some analysis.
Well, if we want stories, we got to go over to Keith Lear.
That's true. That is very true. I do hope that Jeff and Brent are going to call more WSP final tables this summer. I think that you and I, Donnie, will be plenty busy ourselves as well, but I do love myself some new nicknames being coined along the way. I know that Brent probably has a Rolodex of names he is still waiting to dish out.
Oh, yeah.
I do wonder what his process is, you know, like a good painter sometimes has to go on location to perhaps study the surroundings to come to his next piece of art.
Well, you know, like a lot of the best artists of history, I think it just involves probably drugs and alcohol, you know?
Yeah, I thought you were going to say raw talent there for a second.
No,
but
what are you talking
yeah,
about? Drugs and alcohol.
Yeah.
I mean, next thing you know, he might come in with his ear chopped off. You never know with this guy.
Brent Hank's probably a front runner as far as poker commentators that might at some point slice off their own ear. That's just the level of genius we're dealing with here. Osmus betting 20K with Jack 7, trying to end this thing right here on the spot. Anthony Hu is not buying it though. He's going to come along. King of Diamonds on the river. It's going to be a tough call for Hu if Osmus decides to fire, but what confidence will Osmus have here firing again?
And I could see him electing to just give up here. Maybe he wants to come with it with the jack high. I don't think Hu is overly strong here, but you know.
He does turn over his hand with a lot of confidence. Always makes you wonder what his move would have been if Osmus had stabbed at it.
Yeah, it depends on sizing. Probably would have taken a pretty chunky bet there to get him off that hand. I know it was only bottom pair, but still.
Looks like we're getting set up for some time travel. I've gotten word that there's a table being removed from play, meaning players will get assigned new seats, but because we are able to time travel, we'll be able to remove that break to keep you guys entertained with more poker action. If you're just tuning in, my name is Remko Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me. This is day 1 coverage of event 2 of the 2025 PokerGO Cup. Thank you all for tuning in. Please smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, do all that good stuff. We have 2 live streams per day during the PokerGO Cup. Yes, you heard that correctly.
You started value betting right away.
As we pivot to the wide angle shot here to see what's happening here on the main feature table.
Sure.
Phil Mingo asking in the chat, how are you, Remko? Is everything under control? It's a poker tournament, really. Can you have it under control? It is a valid question, though. I am having a good time. I'm happy that we'll be able to provide this coverage for you all.
I'll be ahead of you.
There we go.
Yes, airport, yes.
Time travel.
My jet lag will be
Initiated.
one day ahead of yours. But you're younger, so
That is true.
we
I'm
might
also
be on the
I'm a good
same.
sleeper, actually.
Okay, me too.
I'm very
Decent-ish.
Did you feel the rush
Okay.
as we moved through
Yes,
time?
Yeah.
I felt the
think
volume.
For that one,
The
it's worth it to
The volume
splurge.
went up.
Pretty easy.
Yeah.
For those trips, you got it. Like,
Yeah.
Like flying
I mean, I think
regulars.
the main thing is like once you get in, just do everything on the time zone kind of thing, if you can.
Yeah, like.
But it's hard. I think we land at like 6 a.m., so it's going to be a long day to stay up.
Force yourself outside. Yeah.
Yep, exactly.
Raise 25,000.
Oh, so you're going a little bit later.
Yeah, the day after.
Okay.
I think we have like a morning flight.
Nice. Yeah, we didn't even book a return. I was like, let's see how we feel.
Actually, we might have booked a return 2 weeks from now.
Yeah, I just feel like there's a chance I want to get home right away, or there's a chance I'm like, yeah, let's go to Japan or let's do something.
25.
But hard to say.
Maybe while Alex is playing PLO, you just ditch him.
There we go. That could happen too. That could
Invite some
happen.
girlfriends or something.
Right?
Make a trip out of it.
Yeah, that's true.
Looks like we're down
long
to
is
the
the PLO?
final 28 players here
No, I think it's
in
like,
event number 2. Final
I think
17
it's
will
like
get
5
paid.
days that I won't play, or 4, if that. It's not that much.
PLO tournament?
Yeah.
Maybe
Or
we
is
do
it
well
more?
enough.
Yeah.
Fuck it. Just
Maybe.
play
Or do they have cash games? Maybe I'll play cash.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'd be happy to
What if
play
you
in those
won
cash
every-
games,
what if
to
you
be
won
honest.
every tournament you played, then
Yeah. If I could get a seat, I would play the cash games. Oh, he was right. We should have listened to the dealer.
It's okay. It's okay.
As we settle back in here at the feature table,
Here's 4.
Lichtenberger still on top with 870,000, give or take a few.
3.
Yeah, you got expensive.
Players dealers last hand level. We're gonna call her up.
It's worth it. You would have paid 3.
Yeah, you're right.
Cards back
I am
in
up
about 12
for
minutes.
now.
And we're gonna
Change
switch
very
around
quick.
the main feature table.
Oh, we're gonna move.
I think so. Yeah, we were here. I know. Lucky you.
Yeah, we had this guy.
Yes,
You did too,
lucky
yeah.
you. Yes, lucky you. I had to play here for a while. This guy, they all bluffed me
Oh no.
the whole 2 hours.
You saw? You saw the hands?
I'm just guessing.
I
I guess we'll see.
haven't seen anything.
Now Darren's at it. All right.
Bluffing you.
Darren Elias making quick work of this blind battle.
I believe you got another snack for me.
Okay.
Looks like the table break almost coincided with the player break, so this table moving away from the main feature, so we'll be getting a new table, but once again, we're not going to bore you with a interruption in play. We're just going to fast forward through this process, so stick with us here as we get ready for our next jump in this timeline. Shout out, by the way, to the crew. Aiden in the back of house, making sure this ship runs smoothly. Using a small crew here to provide you guys with this bonus coverage as we pan back over to our secondary table here for just a minute. We're going to skip through this upcoming break, get right back to the action. All right, there we go. All right, everyone situated again at the feature table. Got some new faces to get accustomed to. Donnie, what do you see?
I see the man we talked about earlier, Patrick Leonard. Pads. got, you know, kind of his sider back to us right now. Looks like he's got a healthy stack. Texas hat there. That's Texas Michael Monchek, the winner of the opening event. He took home $185,000 for that one. Pretty dominating performance at the final table. Our guy over there on the hoodie, King John Reardon III.
Hoodie with the shorts, a classic Las Vegas look. We are down to the final 28 players, rapidly approaching the money bubble. Got rid of about 10 players in the first hour or so. Gives you an indication of how long we'll play until the money bubble is really within reach here. As Patrick Leonard is now also joining us, just shy of 1 million chips. Always fun to watch him play, and I'm sure Donnie will get some analysis of his play on his own Instagram page, as he is one of the most forthcoming players with his own, you know, decision-making process, strategy advice, if you will.
Yeah, he's been out there a lot, of course. You know, he goes through stuff on Instagram, on his stories. He's also got his own little Telegram channel, community. I don't even know what you call it, but there's a few thousand people in there too. He drops videos, he drops hand histories, he looks at solvers, goes through his little thought process. So,
well, some thought process here also, as we have Burke all in, Michael Burke all in against Manuel Fritz. Quick little run out here. Fritz all in for, excuse me, Burke all in for just 70,000. Michael Burke saved by the river.
They gave it a mic for a good
Stays
reason.
alive. Got himself a min cash in event number 1, so already looking for a second cash.
Oh yeah, maybe they rigged it for me.
They did know.
Maybe chip later in like 10 minutes.
It's actually a joke.
So rigged.
Come on, Dallas.
Michael Burke, 1.7 million in career tournament earnings. Recent winner of a 5K at Lucky Hearts in Hollywood, Florida. Also cashing in one of the kickoff events at the PokerGO studio.
What would you say in your Instagram story? Don't let me get 350K.
His largest score to date, a 42nd place finish in the 2023 main event. Man, 42nd in the main event. That is something you'll carry with you for the rest of your life. To be that close, to be really in the thick of things. I know that Andrew Moreno has experienced that.
Last bottle of Aquapana, please. Thank you.
Oh, Manuel Fritz knows his way around the studio, asking for the Aquapana.
I have 185.
It's sort of a giveaway, Donnie, that you're a crusher when you ask for the Aquapana.
Of course.
It's like a live tell you're giving off.
You know, you gotta respect the taste in water.
Fritz from Austria, just shy of $1 million in career earnings.
He's also one of those players like Leonard who hasn't played in the studio until recently. I know last season he was looking forward to coming out for the at least temporarily scheduled bounty series that we were going to have. That series ended up not happening. And then Fritz ended up playing the NAPT Las Vegas over at Resorts World. But, you know, we saw a bit of him during the kickoff. We're seeing him here now.
Or 2 off. Well, yeah, based on actually from what you said earlier, when it's 2/3, you just don't
Good price, yeah.
No soft spots in this tournament. I mean,
Yeah,
that last table we saw, I mean, both last feature tables, this one, of course. I mean,
Donnie, that is purely subjective. No soft spots for you and I. But if you're Patrick Leonard, you're probably finding all sorts of soft spots.
Like a little
hourglass.
sand clock.
Robert's here with the King Jack off. In there with a raise. action around here to Burke. He's got a couple of 5s on the button.
10 seconds.
Burke operating here off 12 bigs, so
Time extension.
tricky spot facing an under the gun raise. He thinks better of it, and those 5s go into the muck. Dang with the ever so pretty looking Jack 10 of spades out of the small blind. He's pretty deep, gonna come along with the call. Texas Mike here, a couple of 7s in the big blind. Again, Montek just came off $185,000 win in the first event of the series. Entered that final table earlier today as a big chip leader. Only lost the chip lead for a couple of hands, and it was pretty smooth sailing. If you guys missed that, you can watch the replay on PokerGo. Montek flops middle set here, 9-7-3 with a couple of hearts. Dang, and Montek check over to Roberts, who continues.
Yeah, that's nice. You just go there sometimes after. Yeah.
Dang does have a gutter here, 2 overs, but the possibility, or the presence, I should say, of a couple of hearts here. Let's see how he proceeds. He is going to call.
You used to be able to order from Javier's here, I think, right?
You still can, you just have to pay. You can't use the road.
Oh, yeah?
The lobby dishes are very messy. Like, it's not good to eat.
Yeah.
Javier's a nice place to. It's a good place to sit in the bar, actually.
Raise from Montek, and I love this. He has a reputation of being an ultra-aggressive player, can certainly get, I guess I could say, out of line at times, but here he has it, of course, so.
I didn't want it when they said the wait was like 2 hours, but they were
Roberts folded. Dang, also out of the way.
Yeah,
good pickup there.
and it comes out so quick.
Montek potentially on his way to at least back-to-back final tables, back-to-back wins would put him in a real good spot here for the overall Cup win. Donnie, you mentioned earlier a bit of side action. Have you been able to find out anything else? Who else is involved, and what else, is part of this sweat?
Yeah, I think it's a must-win the Cup side bet. We've had these before in our majors. It's either for 25K or 50K a person. I've heard conflicting things, so I'll see if I can get some details on that in the coming day or so. But Texas Mike is in there. I think Alex Foxton is also in there. I think Ren Lin and Jesse Lonis are also in there. Don't hold me to that, though, of course. But there's about, I don't know, 6, 7, or 8 people in there. So if you go on to win the Cup, you're also going to pick up a nice additional chunk of change.
Fritz picks up pocket 9s. Is it still funny to make the 9-9 joke when a German-speaking player raises?
You're the resident European,
yeah.
So you do what you want.
I can get away with it.
10 seconds.
Patrick Leonard finds King Queen off to his direct left.
Raise.
Just going to toss in the raise. Safe to assume these guys know each other pretty well. Probably also from the online streets.
Yeah, I can't see Fritz folding here for this sizing, so, he's going to call. Possible chance that he comes with the 4-bet, but could go either way. There is the call. He'll play this one out of position to pads. Both players pretty deep here. Ace 8-5 rainbow. Fritz checks.
Leonard tosses out 25K. Action back on Fritz. Not a fun spot to be in, out of position. Leonard, of course, can and will fire multiple streets if the opportunity presents itself. But also nine's too strong to just give up right here.
Yeah, I mean, I think Fritz probably obviously views Pads as a very capable player who doesn't necessarily have to have an ace here. Not that he can't have, you know, kings, queens, jacks. That said, you know, I think nines are just too good in this spot to fold for that price. Now we'll see, you know, what Pads decides to come with. I would anticipate that it's either going to be check or bet large. He chooses the former and comes with a check.
Is there any way in which Fritz can consider going for value here with nines? Is there anything in Leonard's range that he can target?
You could possibly think about a block here.
Time extension.
I'm not sure exactly what you target, you know, in terms of getting called by.
Fritz is reaching for some chips here. Looks like we're going half pot here, 120K. Now, defining the purpose of this bet. I'm having a hard time sort of going through what Fritz might be targeting here. Because to me,
I think he's trying to put a lot of pressure on overpairs. I mean, obviously not aces, right?
Right.
But like the tens, jacks, queens, kings of the world. You know, maybe he's trying to get some value out of a king high if Patrick wants to get, you know, frisky with the call. Put some pressure on the ace wheel cards, but some of those connect with two pairs, so it's tricky. I don't know if Patrick would be 3-betting those from these positions.
yeah, straight to the solvers we go. I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
I bet he's taking notes.
Taking notes,
and
yep.
we'll see a video later on that hand.
Donnie, you're my resident fashion expert. The sweater of Fritz, over or under $400?
I'd say under.
Under?
But I don't think it's like a $60 hoodie. I think it's
Right.
like, I think it's 3 figures.
All right, Chad, give me some guesses. Donnie's going to find this hoodie. I know he will. Does it say Mer Devoir on it or something? Trying to make this out. Last time we had Leonard on the stream, we tried to figure out what his glasses cost. I think we settled on $600. Those are actually kind of nice, the green ones that he was wearing. Leonard here back to raising, makes it 35K. Texas Mike finds ace-queen suited on the button. He's going to apply some pressure on Monsek. Little Hollywood and posturing here from John Reardon, and then the big blind with a good old 4-3 offsuit. You got to send that signal that your big blind should not be messed with. Leonard lets it go, and Monsek will take this one down. If you're just tuning in to the stream for the first time, this is bonus coverage. It's the circus. The two clowns are here to entertain you, talk you through a wonderful night of poker action leading to tomorrow's final table, brought to you by Jeff and Brent, who will be on the commentary at 1 p.m. Pacific time. Donnie and I will take this thing until we get down to the final 7 players. 17 places will get paid. We are down to 26 players. Multiple tables still in play. Keeping an eye out on table B as well, at which Anthony Hu is the current chip leader with 760,000. Cherish Andrews making a bid for back-to-back final table, sitting on 600,000. Also at that table, Andrew Moreno, Jeremy Auspis, Dan Smith, Brandon Wilson, and Joey Wiseman, speaking of back-to-back final tables, also still in the hunt. So, Donnie, we have quite a few characters from today's final table back making runs again.
Yeah, 1, 2, and 3 are at least in the field. Michael Monchek won the event. Joey Wiseman got second. Cherish Andrews got third.
There you go. there is a thing called run good, and sometimes during one of those series you just have it, as Clement Dang calls Roberts raise, and Reardon now again for the second time taking some time here. Is Reardon the bit of a tanker, Donnie? I thought he was a pretty fast player.
Yeah, I think this is just a timing tell type of thing. You know, it seems like he's probably just going to take 10 seconds, 15 seconds or whatever on all of his pre-flop actions. Just trying to keep things very much in line, not give anything away in terms of strength of hand or anything like that. So notice here that Fritz opting to just call with the jacks out of the big blind. And his opponents, Dang and Roberts, both flop trips. So this is going to get pretty juicy here. Probably quite troublesome for Roberts, who has the inferior ace and the shorter stack than Dang. And look at this. Action has checked over to Roberts, so a little bit of trickiness here from Dang.
Fritz just comes with the call here for 25K, and what a scenario. Both Dang and Roberts finding multiple aces. Fritz thinking, well, there's 2 aces out there. Maybe they don't have it.
Yeah, 2 aces out there. You know, the price is pretty enticing right now. He could still have the best of it, of course, here. So, you know, I mean, there's also no need for him to raise and start bloating this pot with his hand. Now we do hear from Dang. Makes it 80K.
Now, how is Roberts reading into this? Obviously, his thoughts are all about, you know, how do I get the most out of this? Or
well, yeah, but
do we have any concerns here?
I think there can be a fair amount of concern. You know, I think Dang can be checking and then coming with a raise with hands like the ace kings, ace queens of the world. He could also have some inferior aces that he might think are a little bit good. You know, ace 10, ace 9, ace whatever suited. You know, you want to, and then if there's the chance that he's bluffing with worse, if he's, you know, getting a little wild with a king queen or something like that, you know, you just want to keep all those in, so just calling is fine. Now we see Dang filling up, so he's feeling awesome about his hand. Just really praying that his opponent has an ace, which at this point it does kind of look like he does have an ace, yes. 135 here from Dang.
Does the queen enter Robert's thoughts in any way, or is that not a card he's bothered by, or perhaps helped by, in the way that he approaches the turn and river?
I mean, I think he's just kind of indifferent in a lot of ways.
River brings the 4 spades. Dang.
Oh,
Looking at his full house, 570 in the middle. Roberts has less than half the pot left behind. Do we consider any other sizing than just putting it in here?
No, I mean, just go for it.
10 seconds.
And I mean, I don't see how Roberts ultimately gets away from this one. If he does, you know, tip of the cap to him, of course, but
Time extension.
yeah, this is just quite a cooler here. Not really much you can do.
I believe PokerGO, right? Just a guess.
Christian Roberts is going to be in a world of hurt here if and when Clement Dang pulls the trigger. And there it is. Dang bets enough to put Roberts all in.
Now, do note that Dang said 300, which means that, you know, if he were to say all in, technically Roberts could say, how much is it? Even though he has him covered and we can see that, and you can easily see that on the table. But it would buy him an extra, what, 7-8 seconds, you know, while the dealer breaks down those stacks and gets the count. But Dang comes with a verbal declaration of a bet size, so that's it. Clock starts immediately. You only got 30 seconds before you're going to start using those time extensions.
They do, I think.
Now Christian Roberts piecing this hand back together.
So.
I'm just worried you have the same hands.
It's not far off.
I think by that comment there, Roberts wants to fold,
Right.
but is thinking there's a chance you also have ace-jack, and then
Now, how differently does Dang treat hands like, you know, ace-3 through ace-10?
you might not get this barrel here on the river, because I think Roberts could have, you know, let's say you have ace-3. Look at that. Well
Wow.
done, sir.
What a fold from Christian Roberts. Let's go of trip aces on the river. Clement Dang with his full house gets some value, but not the maximum, as Roberts lives
No.
to fight
No.
another day.
I mean, let's say he has ace-5. Is he really going to unload there when you can easily have
Let us stay out of
ace-jack,
there.
ace-10, etc., right?
Jeff Platenbrand Hanks going to bed. The old men
Told you.
departing us
Wow.
from the chat. Everyone else watching, please don't leave. Please stay with us.
same deck.
It is only 9:45 p.m. in Las Vegas. We've got a long night of poker action still ahead of us.
Hopefully I'm under the gun.
If you're enjoying the coverage, please smash that like button, subscribe to the channel. It's been a good one so far.
I gotta take off this mic, I'm assuming.
Michael Berg is
If you,
getting
if you had
Yeah, I'm
ace
sorry, I
jack,
have to take it
moved
off.
off.
chances are very high he didn't have the same hand.
Chances are very high.
Yeah.
I agree.
Good luck, everybody.
What does Fritz mean by that comment?
Because he had two jacks.
Just be, oh, I see.
So there's only one left.
I already forgot about that. That's really funny.
I will.
But obviously, Roberts doesn't know that he had two jacks.
Might have had two of them.
Oh, there we go.
Might have had two of them.
Terrific fold from Roberts. Very cool to see.
Pocket 4 plan. You got there on the
Reardon stoking the fire, insinuating that Dang had fours.
He was so ready to check fold river, river to boat.
Everything got there with the place.
It all got there. The wheel.
wheel. He's just gonna show up with the wheel there.
Just tell me I made a good fold. I'll see it later.
He got there, man. 5-3.
I was so down to fold the turn.
Yeah, I did.
I'm rooting for a bicycle now.
So down to fold the turn. I didn't like the suited one.
You were ahead of the
That's one of those hands that'll stick with you for a while. Now, do you think Deng made any mistakes along the way?
Yeah,
Perhaps his turn sizing,
Goddamn Band-Aid.
or I don't know. Maybe there's something there that could have got him the full stack.
No, I mean, I think maybe just check call the whole way, and Roberts just barrels it off, right? But I don't mind the way that Deng played it. I mean, sometimes your opponents are just going to make really good folds, and that's what Roberts did there.
Bad turn for you, right?
This is a limped pot here. Blind versus blind. It's been checked all the way down to the river. And on the river, Fritz picks up a pair of sixes, but pads makes a straight.
Fold the turns.
$20K. Fritz says, no thank you. Pat says, good fold, and
Is that so hard?
scoops it.
Thank you. Thank you.
I do think going back to that hand between
Trying to
Deng
figure out if your ear was that red before the hand.
and Roberts, you know, if
Your ear's like kind of
if
red.
he is
I'm
coming with any
trying to
bluffs
remember if
there,
it was red before or not.
it's probably like the pocket fours, fives, sixes of the world, you know, something like that. And it's just, I feel like the bluffs are so narrow.
I think what?
Right.
It's hard to find them, so it's not an easy fold. I mean, don't get me
Yeah, that's
wrong,
what it is.
Zeros look like tomatoes every time.
but correctly done. Well done by Roberts. He'll find out in what, an hour or so, and he'll be like, you know what? Great job by me. Pat on the back.
I mean, confidence is a huge thing in poker. Obviously, making a decision like that and then finding out you were right will definitely add to, you know, following through with what you're thinking in future spots, especially if he ends up running up a stack.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's call, like improve to both, or like look really strong to any hand with love. It's, yeah, I mean, I didn't fully exclude it.
For those just tuning in, this is day one coverage of event number 2 of the PokerGO Cup. We'll have nightly coverage every single night with the exception of Sunday. This is a bit of a dressed down version of our main stream that happens every day at 1 p.m., which are the final tables. Donnie and I will take you down to the final table every night. We're down to 26 players right now. Play down to the final 7. Thank you all for joining us.
Yeah.
How many people are even watching that? Yeah?
They're gonna make a clip out of him Clement who played.
Curious what you forward.
Only the worst part is only if he didn't have
Did you
it.
actually?
Yeah, if he had it, it's like
Yeah. They're gonna roast
nobody
the
gives
shit
a
out of
shit.
you.
Monster fold, fuck him.
How does he fold ace king there?
Yeah, that's
How
what
does that other guy value bet ace queen?
I had a boat. I was worried we had the same hand. Yeah.
You say? Is it or not?
You pulling it up?
Hmm?
John, you've ever played Omaha with us? The Folding Omaha game? Do you know the game?
You mean where you like
Texas Mike not allowing Clement Dang to see a cheap flop here. Dang limped in with queen 10. Monsek bumped it up to 60K, and now Dang is going to defend. Monsek very comfortable playing big pots, playing aggressive, fresh off the win in event number 1 earlier today. So we see 7-10-5 really connect with Dang extremely well.
We'll know.
Facing,
one of us won't
facing
know.
an aggressive opponent
Yeah.
makes things very easy when you get top pair.
Yeah.
And we don't know who had won.
Right. And you choose the 3 to show. It's not 3 random.
It's free random.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So we don't know.
Yeah.
It's quite fun. It's quite
That is
a
fun.
game.
That is fun.
It's quite a fun game.
I would have loved to do that. My money is on quads.
Jack, 3 of diamonds.
10 seconds.
That's
Quads?
Yeah.
What the hell did you have?
What?
You said you thought you had the same hand. How could
Check call
My
there for
money's not on him
55K.
having
King
quads.
on the turn.
Oh, after
money's
the
on you showing
Monsek now
quads.
picks up the nut diamonds. An opportunity
I
to
didn't
take
think he had
this
quads.
equity to the river for free?
I mean, you really think Monsek is going to take the equity to the river for free?
No.
I mean,
he-
let's
he
be
want-
real.
He
here.
wants to get the whole stack on the river when the diamond ultimately comes in. Now, here's some real pressure on Dang that the king, makes his decision making a little bit more difficult, obviously, but still, you're facing an aggressive opponent. Do you
Chat's gonna hate
accept
it.
giving up with any little overcard?
They're gonna be busy
This is
roasting
why it's
heads.
so
Hate
hard
on
to
me,
play
hate on
against
me.
super aggressive
They'll love
players
it. They'll
like
love it.
Monsek.
They will always love it. That's true. That's true.
I think you just have too much of a hand right now. You have to call.
Thank you. Thank you. No, I know what you mean. Yeah. The people at home don't like having fun. I get it.
No third diamond for Monsek, but will this prevent him from barreling off?
We should make chat guess where you're from. I bet how many.
They should have a flag. Yeah.
And there it is. Monsek is
That's
going to
true.
barrel off. A man after my own heart. Texas Mike never disappoints. And Clement Dang with a quick release. Look at that.
Actually, a pretty good card on the river there for Monsek.
At this
One of the hands
table,
that
actually.
his opponent could possibly be calling with the 8-9
it's a
that
real
gets
tough
there.
one.
Well, you have a 9 in your hand, right? So
There's a
Could
lot
be
of
John.
there's a lot of Asians in Latin America too, so could be.
I generally think that Monsek,
When-
when
Yeah, yeah.
presented with
So
a
it's
few
like,
different
it wouldn't be
options, is
weird.
always going to take whatever the most aggressive
There's
approach
right.
is, as we saw there, and that's what makes him one of the most exciting players in the game.
All right, Texas Mike dominating at the feature table. If you want to dominate at your table, check out playpokergo.com right now, because only Lions wear the crown. Play the PokerGO Cup from February 12th through the 19th on playpokergo.com. Scan the QR code on your screen or go to web, iOS, or your Android store to get into action on playpokergo.com. Play for free. Get in the mix. Come join us there. Donnie, when's the next event?
Tomorrow, 7 p.m. Eastern Time, 4 p.m. Pacific Time on playpokergo.com. That lion avatar that you saw on your screen, if you win an event, you get it.
Yes.
Remember the old days when they had the F-Tops
But
again,
jerseys?
that was
just
That's
the
exactly
school,
what we're
that's
trying
not
to
the
create
I
here.
love that. I
You
absolutely love
only
that.
get that lion avatar if you win one of the events.
Yeah, like,
Prostophilia, won the event today.
Hell yeah.
So he'll be having the lion avatar sent his way. You guys can hop on playpokergo.com.
We should have a nightly turbo while we're doing commentary.
I mean, we might not do
Stunning
commentary.
crayon,
We're just paying attention to the game.
I ran 10s and aces. It was,
Dang.
I was just, what the heck? Unreal. It was just unreal.
10 seconds.
Raise 30,000.
Clemendang raises it up to 30,000 with ace-3 on the button. Monsek quick with the call. Mallards in play.
10 seconds.
Roberts with king-jack of clubs. Am I too eager, or are we considering a shove here?
I think we're considering a shove.
175.
175 is not a shove, but it is pretty close.
175.
Yeah, it's effectively a shove. And Monsek says,
Wow.
let's go.
Monsek snaps it off with the Mallards. And with snap off, I mean he puts Roberts all in, who calls for his tournament life. 500K in the middle.
Always fair, right? With your hand, you're like, it can only ever be fair. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is
That's
how you win
230.
poker tournaments.
That's
You just
a
go
card.
for it.
That's a good
Ace,
flop.
queen, queen. Roberts with plenty of outs. Turn doesn't deliver, but the river does. Christian Roberts finds a king on the river to double up. Roberts, by the way, no stranger to big spots and big final tables. Won an online WSB bracelet back in 2023. Also finished runner-up in the $1,500 Stud 8 event at the WSOP in 2024. His largest score to date, a 6th place in the WPT Championship last December for $665,000. Roberts, which you might not, immediately expect, is from Venezuela.
I know they had like some charity thing.
Loving the colorful vibes he's delivering.
Were
How
they
much does
sending
this
them
sweater
all?
cost, by the way? Have you found it online?
I was not able to find it online.
Oh, I took a photo of him. Maybe the AI can help me with that.
I mean, to be honest, it looks like he drew on it, so he could have just made it himself.
Donnie, I promise you, when something looks like that, it is very expensive. That's how things work these days in fashion.
Leonard here with the ace-5 suited is in there. Action over to Roberts, fresh off that double.
10 seconds.
Wonder if he'll take this opportunity to come with the
110.
3-bet. There it is. Look at that.
Time extension.
AI search can't even help me. Took a photo of the sweater, but nothing's coming up.
Hit 220 last night.
The all-in was 230.
So Roberts now makes it 110. Action back on Leonard.
And Leonard could get a little bit spicy here too.
I mean-
He's got the hand. You know, the hand all the solver guys tend to like. You know, the ace-5 suited. We obviously know Pads is well in those solver streets, extremely studied.
Decides not to go for it. Is that a matter of, doing the thing we often see where you do a little bit of a personal random number generator? Sometimes it'll land on shove, sometimes it'll land on fold.
Yeah, I think he could have gone with shove some percentage of the time.
20 already? Hey, yeah.
Goes on first ripple. Lines up. 20,000 to call now.
Blinds now at 10 and 20K.
20.
Yeah.
A few players we've recently lost include Darren Elias, who was busted out by Andrew Moreno. Got word that Elias ran jacks into queens. Moreno now up to 1 million chips.
Raise 40,000.
Dan Smith has also gone for a long walk. Ran queen 10 into tens of Joey Weissman. Weissman also creeping up to right around 1 million chips. And sadly, no back-to-back final tables for Cherish Andrews, as she has been eliminated by Anthony Hu, who is our new chip leader, sitting on 1.3 million.
Re-raise to 110.
Anthony Hu held queens against the jacks of Andrews, who got the money in on a river with a board showing 9 high. As we look back at the feature table here, Deng raising to 40K with Jack 8, Roberts 110 with King 9 suited. Gotta love the fact that these guys are just willing to play. Chips are flying here at the feature table. A few more names here that we've lost recently. Steven Song, busted by Kristen Foxen, and Steve Zolotow and Landon Tice also on the rail. So there you have it. We are getting closer to the money and are down to the final 20 players. Time for some Din Tai Fung among the player favorites here at the PokerGO studio.
I like never hero fold too. Never.
My wife made protein muffins for me today to bring to work, which I'm very excited about. Let us know in the chat what you're snacking on. It's definitely that time of day.
Pretty much.
Action here folds over to Roberts, ace 7 off. He's in the cutoff, probably good enough here. Oh, okay. Looked like he wanted to. Definitely looked like he wanted to. Ace on the button for Reardon, who's been pretty quiet here at the feature table.
45,000.
45 is the raise. Fritz out of the way, but Pad's likely going to play this queen jack off to some extent. Let's see what he decides to come with. Reardon began this hand with the lesser of the 2 stacks and just under 25 bigs for him. Pad's calls, flops top pair, queen 7-4, rainbow.
You know what, I did that. First check.
Leonard checks. Let's see if Reardon wants to continue here. Probably a decent texture for him. Raising on the button, queen high, pretty disconnected. That 6 does block some continues for your opponent.
Check.
He elects to check behind. Jack on the turn, it only gets better for Pads. 2 pair now.
Bet 160.
Look at this, over bet from Pads. Just trying to do what he can to get the money in. Probably would come with over bet and then jam on the river.
people call it.
Flashing forward on the timeline again.
Ace deuce, he had a
As
gutty,
we
bro.
keep you all entertained without any breaks. Michael Berg back to the feature table.
Yeah.
He folded ace that hand too.
Once again, thank you all for joining us. Montek just shy of 1 million chips remains our big stack here, as Anthony Hu is the overall tournament chip leader with 1.3 million on our secondary table. We'll check back in with that table in just a bit.
Fold.
Fold.
Action folding over here to Fritz. Jack 10 off on the button. Raise coming.
Raise 40,000.
Leonard's out of the way, and Michael Burke has respawned here at the feature table. King 10 off for him in the big blind. Comes right back to his same seat, too. I don't know what's going on at the outer table, but it sounds incredibly funny.
Heads up.
Burke comes along with the call, heads up here. Queen 7-6 rainbow. Burke with the best of it with that king high, but really didn't connect at all here.
I grew up in Florida, and I've lived here.
He checks.
I only lived in New York for 1 year.
Oh yeah, so not really.
Longer than you lived in Venezuela.
10 seconds.
Man, I wanted not to leave you, but I heard how good your Spanish is.
35K from Fritz.
Yeah. I take it as a compliment.
Burke passes, and Fritz takes that one. In addition to this $10,000 buy-in event at the PokerGO Cup, we have 3 more 10Ks. 2 15Ks.
That one looks sturdy
and then the
enough.
$25,000 buy-in
blow.
finale.
See? It's all
All
good.
final tables will be live streamed, as will day 1 coverage after registration closes. So 2 streams a day, and then on that final day, it'll be the 25K final table.
I could see him do that, yeah.
Announce the action.
People they have are great, but Clyde's great also.
Why is Clyde not actually at the feature table?
Fold.
He should be permanently at this table.
Permanent feature table dealer, no commentary. You just don't need it. Mic him up.
Exactly, yeah.
He's trying to yell out enough so I can hear him on the screen.
Could be the PokerGO Bruce Buffer.
10 seconds.
Action slides around here to Michael Burke in the small blind, 10-3 suited for him. Burke working with 15
But
bigs.
there's probably not many very short, right? Or is there?
I hope it's 5-3.
Comes with the call.
I hope I got the money in correct.
Dang, with
all
the
way
old
down.
powerful
Somehow.
7 deuce off.
No.
10 seconds.
Could maybe see a raise from Dang here. I mean, this hand is just so bad. Do you really just want to try and take a flop with it?
5-3 would be the best.
Heads up.
He says yes.
I would
Checks.
also be super down to see like
Ace,
7.
6, deuce, couple of clubs. Flush draw for Burke.
Yeah.
Bottom pair for Dang.
Just like dude decides if I raise flop bet turn jam river, he's folding everything. He's right.
Check.
Yeah, just if you ask yourself what's the best you could possibly have, that hand, folded it. I'm really hoping it was just a boring, thick value all the way down. River felt thin. I think he had ace king. That's what I want to see.
$20K here from Dang after Burke
The
checked.
300 bet was weird too. He bet 300, that covered me.
Raise to 55.
Burke applying that pressure with the flop flush draw here. Oh, we're not done yet, ladies and gentlemen. Dang's going to make the call, and what looked as though it might be a small, simple pot between two crappy hands has now turned into a bit of a battle. The question is Burke going to try and get value from his flush, or is Dang potentially trying to get creative here?
Oh, shit, one of my purples rolled over.
Yeah.
That one might be tough.
10 seconds.
Bet 45,000.
Burke's going to do his own betting, tossing out 45,000.
Yeah, really trying to milk this one now that he's made this flush. Bet here, you get called jam river. Hard for Dang to continue though without a club in his hand and just bottom pair.
10 seconds.
And you know, you think back to pre-flop. I mean, Burke could have been playing the old limp strong, go for the limp jam, or you know, limp snap should he get jammed on. Dang does let it go.
I mean, Burke was down to 70K not too long ago. Doubled through Fritz, got moved off the table, returned to this table with a, you know, decent stack, and now up to 405, a little over 20 bigs. Very comfortable in the hunt here as we start to creep towards the money bubble.
Could have been bigger. Could have been bigger.
I didn't say that.
Check for jams.
Try to like this size.
Chad doesn't like anything.
They like clever.
Like a little 5-3.
Still talking at the table about that hand between Dang and Roberts.
We've had a bunch of break cuts. I have no idea what the delay is anymore, so I have
yeah.
no idea if they've got caught up or not. I have a feeling when they figure it out, we'll
hear it.
We'll know.
Or, yeah, hopefully that didn't happen on one of the breaks that we skipped through, because then, of course, the chatter would have already happened. But I have a sense that they have not seen it just yet, as John Reardon, who's expertly hiding behind the dealer in the corner, behind shades, hat, sunglasses, hoodie, just doing the whole thing here to in an attempt to go unnoticed, perhaps getting away with a few steals. Some chatter going on YouTube asking about Daniel Negreanu. Of course, Negreanu did play today, sadly. Did not have a good day.
You see his new hat?
I did not.
Poker is war.
Wow, that is intense. I thought it was a friendly game.
No, this is war.
It's war, I guess. I respect it.
10 seconds.
I didn't know if Daniel played poker anymore. I thought he was the next Joe Rogan with his mania pod.
Yeah,
It's taken off. Him and his wife Amanda. Just,
is he on the?
I feel like every day there's a new. I'm hit with new clips, new podcasts, whatever.
Is he on the charts? Are they charting?
I know he got a shout out from Joe Rogan.
What?
Which
Wait,
has to be huge.
That is cool. That is pretty cool.
The Mania Pod is Daniel and Amanda's new venture. Not poker related. Maybe they'll dabble into poker at times, but mostly just kind of pop culture, what's going on in the world, etc.
I cannot imagine doing a podcast with my wife. We would probably get canceled immediately.
My wife has been bugging me for years to do a podcast together.
With her?
Yeah.
No way.
And I'm like, no.
Why? What would you guys talk about?
I have no idea.
Like, why does she want the podcast? As we see, Rear and Flop Trips takes it down here. Not too much to report on. What's your wife's angle with wanting to do a podcast? Is it just because everyone else has a podcast?
Good question.
Is she a big
gonna ask her.
Is she a big podcast like listener?
Not really, no.
I want her to like let us know like what podcasts she listened to that inspired her to wanting to do a podcast.
Yep, I just checked. It's.
Wait, did it happen?
No. I don't think the hand happened yet, but we are on the table now.
Oh, I'm glad we're all so curious.
It's 5-3. I don't know if it's the right hand or not. It's under the gun.
Oh no! Oh, he's getting too excited.
We do.
Fuck. You did such a good job of keeping stoic, but now you're like.
We said 5-3 and he's using it.
Instead of us waiting for the delay to catch up, Dan could have just told Roberts what he had, but I like how he's playing with the suspense here a little bit.
I asked my wife. All she said was fun.
Fun?
That's literally why she said she wanted to do it.
I won't be too tilted.
She says she thinks it would be good. You're not helping me here.
I know.
You're not giving me anything to work with.
Yeah, for sure. Give me a big
If this is a sign of our podcast to come, it would not be fun.
I mean, I know. Like, would it be like a review of all the reality TV you guys watch?
I have no
First
idea.
straight.
I know we're missing the Summer House premiere tonight.
Oh boy, is that one of those real estate shows?
No, Summer House is a group of friends
just giving him
get
the
together
most gangster
and
bluffs,
like
but he
go
has no bluffs on the
live in a house for
just-
a little bit of
he just
time.
got there.
Summer House, they all a lot of them live around the New York area, and then they travel out to.
So it's like the real world.
Yeah, kind of, but they go out every weekend basically, and then they go back during the week to like their lives and their jobs. They don't film that part. They only film the weekends when they come together.
Wow. So it's like Jersey Shore, minus the home base.
Oh, she did say talk about the shows we watch and the stuff we agree and disagree.
Wow.
About parenting.
It'll be like a yelling match.
Yeah, you know.
You and your wife can yell at each other. I've been around that. It's hilarious.
But it's not like.
No, it's not.
It's not like mean yelling.
No,
it's just
no,
yelling.
Just yelling. Yeah.
It's more like trying to be louder to prove a point type of thing. We should get back to this hand.
Yeah. Speaking of trying to get louder here, Roberts gets quite a bit louder, making it 120K to go after Burke put in 40,000 with fives. Roberts ace king suited in the big blind. Small pocket pairs always shrink when pressure like this gets applied. And there it is. Burke does decide to shove. He picked the wrong time.
You like this hand too much.
But at least he's got 50%. We are flipping. Burke, of course, not
Knew
looking
that
for a
hand.
call, making a move like that. Coin flipped with 840K in the middle. If Roberts wins, he's going to be up over $1 million.
Wow.
5 in the window. King behind
Pretty
it.
good card in the window.
Roberts almost dead immediately. 6 and a deuce.
Year of Burke.
Completing the board, and Burke takes this down.
The year of Burke. He's had a good run of it as of late. You talked about some of his success in January. I think he also had success in December as well, closing out last year strong. Maybe we'll see some noise made by Michael Burke on the PGT.
Commission to chat says, shout out
They
to
did
Ben the
everything they
dealer,
could.
Fresno native and Club 1 legend.
Club 1, I've been there.
You've been to Club 1?
Yeah.
Oh.
Like, I think it's in Sacramento area. They had a huge tournament there back in the day. You know when I went there? Was
I know when you went there. I'll tell you right now.
Yeah, what's that?
The PokerStars
That's
bus
right.
tour. There you go.
The bus tour. We had an RV. Speaking of everyone asking about Negreanu, he was in the RV.
Yeah.
Driving around California trying to convince people to legalize online poker, get them to sign a petition. It was good times, good fun.
Just
my wife said, by the way, she said, "Why are you asking me?"
Also not on the stream.
Thanks for listening to the stream, babe.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're supporting your husband out here.
What the hell? My wife texted me literally 2 hours ago that she was going to bed. We just started the show.
My socks off with ace king off with the king of diamonds and another button. Got called that time.
Donnie Peters and Daniel Negreanu taking public transport around California, trying to get some signatures.
There was a lot of signatures. I'll tell you that much.
Didn't work.
We would
did
pull
it?
up to these poker rooms.
Yeah.
There would be lines outside.
Wow.
People wanting to like meet, greet, autographs, photos with Daniel Negreanu. It was a sight to see.
And it's kind of sad that online poker California might never happen.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem like there's much traction here as Deng raising with 9-8 of hearts and Monsek leaves no opportunity unused to put some more chips into the middle.
Well, what's Roberts thinking about it here?
Robert's doing a John Reardon, balancing his timing, and Reardon finds ace-jack. Donnie, given Monsek's aggression, which is widely known, do we have a spot here if we're Reardon?
Yeah, I mean, it might be tempting, yes. I mean, it's tricky because, like you said, I mean, Monsek can certainly get after it. That said, Reardon does think better of it, correctly so. I would anticipate this is a little too big to come along with for Deng. Does fold. Texas Mike, baby.
Monsek well on his way to back-to-back final tables at the PokerGO Cup. If you're just tuning in, we are approaching the money bubble. Just a few eliminations away from the top 17, after which we might see a flurry of eliminations because the final 7 is what it's ultimately about. Those will be coming back tomorrow for the final table. My name is Remko Rinkema, Donnie Peters alongside me in the booth. We are just having a bit of fun with it here. It's late in Las Vegas. Happy to bring you this coverage. Jeff and Brent will be on the call for the final table tomorrow. Patrick Leonard here. First act, ace-10 off.
Raise 40,000.
Burke fresh off a double up with the suited ace in position versus Leonard. And look at this. Those are raising chips.
We raise 105.
105 is the 3-bet. Give us some additional insights into a move like this.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're just kind of leveraging the blocker effect of your hand. Ace-7. I mean, this looks super strong. Leonard did come in under the gun, so when you're 3-betting from the next seat,
10 seconds.
it's often going to be, you know, kind of high up in your range. You know, but for Burke, I think it's hard to just flat an ace-7 here, you know, especially with everything that could still happen behind you. So, you know, it's probably going to be some frequency, maybe on the smaller side, that you come with a 3-bet, but he does elect to do that. And then other times you might just fold facing it under the gun open. But I think he's probably going to get this to work. I mean, ace-10 off is going to be tricky, probably closer to the bottom-ish of Leonard's opening range here from under the gun, so well-timed from Burke. Patrick's Leonard patch fall off. Did we lose the coin poker?
Yeah, I guess the patch did fall off. And look at this. Patrick Leonard not bowing out just yet. Comes over the top for what looks like a small 4-bet. Makes it 185.
Wow. Just clicked it.
Clicked it back onto Burke.
I mean, it's a little bit more than a min raise, but still.
And look at that, Burke lets it go.
No one can show 5.
I wish I could show 5, but I don't.
Just show the ace-10 off. I mean,
yeah.
And just say, listen, even if I have the best of it, get out of my pot. Like, what are you doing?
All right, so Patrick Leonard back up to 980,000 after meeting some early resistance. He's now back in the green.
I like that.
Time extension. 10 seconds.
40,000.
I felt like at some point we were going to see something like that from Pads.
Yep.
I thought maybe we might see it earlier when he had the ace-5 suited and Roberts 3-bet him out of the small blind with the king-10 off. I saw we might see like the 4-bet jam there, and that would be the one. But it was this one, the ace-10 off.
Time extension.
Not believing Michael Burke and correct in it. Burke right back to work though. 7's here under the gun, comes in with a raise, and once again, Roberts is pausing with the Jack 7-0. Just probably a timing thing here now for him. He is getting a little bit on the shorter side, 11 big blinds, so it's going to kind of take his time. A real one here, though, for the king. A couple of 9s.
Reardon has been quiet. His VPIP since coming to the feature table, just 10%.
470.
And announces 470, leaving himself with 5K behind. Easy decision there for Fritz. And Leonard in the big blind finds pocket jacks. Leonard
10 seconds.
running the numbers.
And I think this is ultimately going to save Burke. You know, I do anticipate Leonard coming with this here with the jacks. Just too good of a hand. And then I can't see Burke continuing, but maybe Burke would have, you know, gone to war with Reardon over there if it was just the two of them.
And look at this, Leonard just makes the call. So Reardon does have 5K behind, but we're effectively all in here unless these boys decide to check it down, which I have seen in the past. We have seen it happen. Of course, not as exciting for me to call the action with still 5K left behind to play for.
That's 5s.
We all love seeing those all in showdowns, but Patrick Leonard here, as you can see on the screen, 81% to win a huge pot and become the new tournament chip leader. Just 3 spots off the money bubble.
Was that part of the small blind or the?
No, I put it in my
Okay.
Little math being done here to make sure the pot is correct as we await the flop.
This is a huge pot.
It's a massive pot, million chips in the middle.
No,
The
rest of the pot's right.
It's also huge with the amount of chips that are actually in the middle of the table.
We might need to color up.
All 5Ks.
Insane. All right, here's the flop. Ace, 3, 6. I mean, both players happy to check now, I guess? Action does get checked again, neither player with an ace.
Gotta have it.
It does get checked down. Leonard shows down jacks. Reardon not out yet, but he only has 5K left, and We have a new chip leader in the building. Patrick Leonard now
Spies were looking good again.
up to 1.5 million.
Do note that Reardon didn't need to show his hand there at the end. He can just muck it because he did have that 5K behind. Not that the players won't be able to kind of narrow in on what he had, but he didn't have king queen, he didn't have ace queen, he didn't have ace king, so probably had the old 8s, 9s, 10s of the world.
All right, so Reardon will be hoping for some kind of miracle. Otherwise, he'll be our next player eliminated. But what an incredible leap here for Patrick Leonard, who can now apply even more pressure on his opponents as we inch closer to the final table. By the way, if you're enjoying the coverage on YouTube, please smash that like button. Subscribe to our channel. We have 2 streams a day for the next 8 days, with the exception of Sunday.
Not only that, I mean, it's like PokerGO Cup ends, couple days off, PGT mixed games,
Yes.
super high rollerball. I mean, it's like bang, bang, bang. Like
we have 2 Venetian streams a week now. Card Player Poker Tour Final Table on Sunday, which is the day off from the Cup. Donnie and I will be on the call for that one as well. We have a new episodes of High Stakes Poker still dropping as well on a weekly basis. And like you said, Donnie, mixed games coming up soon.
New season of No Gamble, No Future,
Yes.
February 25th. Double episode premiere for that one. So, I mean, I don't know. I was looking at the schedule, you know, trying to kind of plan my life for the next month or two.
You,
and I
don't
feel
have,
like,
you don't have a life.
No, I feel like there's a stream every day. Like
It is.
you know,
There is.
which is great. It's awesome. There's tons of poker content. Don't get me wrong. It's amazing.
All right, John Reardon here all in and at risk with Queen Deuce of Spades against Fritz.
Yeah, Fritz gonna come in with the raise here.
Right, 40,000.
Little side note here, Manuel Fritz, despite his accolades, has never won a live poker tournament.
I know. I thought it was. I was looking at his hand mob earlier. He's got what 900 and so, and the biggest score is 80K.
80K is his largest score.
He's just grinder.
Just a grinder.
To you.
So Reardon looking for some help here to stay alive in this event. Haven't had a chance to see the flop here, but oh, there it is. 9-8-6-2 spades. Some life there for Reardon. 8 on the turn is not going to do it. 10 on the river isn't either. John Reardon out short of the money. Long day of play without any reward. I'm sure that'll feel pretty frustrating as Patrick Leonard gets the very welcome color up, handing off a stack of blues to receive a stack of purples. Oh, and there it is. Christian Roberts finding out that Clemendang indeed had him beat.
Look how happy he is.
Oh
That's
my
great.
God.
I wanted to fold the fucking turn, but I was like,
Christian
ace
Roberts
jack?
just won the tournament.
He did throw my hand, yeah.
Like I'll fold ace 8 suited or
I mean,
something.
yeah.
I have the ace of clubs too, which matters somewhat.
Yeah, you could raise.
I know. That's what I was worried about. That's why I couldn't fold the turn. I just couldn't.
Yeah.
Bit of relief too, I'm sure. You know, you're thinking about it for so long. You're like, did I make the right fold? Did I do it? Did I do it?
Told me ace jack.
Boom, you see it.
Yep.
Call 20.
Roberts here electing to limp off 11 1/4 big blinds.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
Two and a quarter.
And Leonard picks up a
220.
dominating ace king, so
10 seconds.
gonna be be some additional pressure applied here.
Raise to 120.
Time extension.
Beefy raise here, 6x from Leonard. Burke out of the way. Imagine Deng is going to follow suit here with the 4-3 off. Another tough spot here for Roberts. I can only assume that he thinks if he does stick it in, he's getting called because of the sizing and where his stack is.
That's what I get for trying to see a flop with suited connectors. Yeah.
Patrick Leonard switching to a punishing mode, as you should.
Let's go.
Sitting on the big stack.
Still pumped.
Yeah, he is.
Pumping his fist about that ace-jack fold. I mean, listen, pump that fist. That was a great fold.
He could bubble the
If he
tournament and
doesn't
still
call
feel like
flop,
he
I go broke,
had a good day.
Yeah. But like, come on, that's too gangster. How much credit can I possibly give you?
Probably good spot to flop that day.
Yeah, they're folding ace jack.
10 seconds.
Ace-7 suited. They must be getting pretty close now because that limp off the 11 big blinds. Here I see Roberts, you know, looking behind the dealer, which is over where the tournament clock is. So not that they're necessarily on the money bubble right now, but you would imagine they're getting, what, within one table or so. You can kind of see that checkpoint that you can get to. A7 suited, under the gun, in with a raise.
105 behind. Chill.
Roberts takes it.
Thanks. Give it back.
Yeah,
Give it back.
Didn't feel too great.
Only if you get moved.
Blind still at 10K, 20K with a 20K big blind ante, resulting in some deeper stack play here
So
as we've
we know that hand's just gonna get forgotten there. 'Cause
seen
it was
some of the rich
correct.
get richer.
Yeah. If it was wrong, then fucking YouTube reels for like, yeah, but like that's gonna get little engagement, you know. It's gonna be
that
YouTube
fold could
reels
get
for, like,
engagement.
Yeah,
I mean,
for sure.
That's,
if
you know,
it was wrong.
I'll get my guy Sean on the case here.
That's a big fold.
We
you know?
can make Roberts famous for making a big fold, perhaps.
All the chat pros would say easy fold.
And the
Exactly.
Easy fold.
Just like
Raise 40,000.
He only has ace queen plus.
now I get to fade into obscurity, you know? Made a good fold.
Fritz finds kings, races it up to 40K. Leonard will play along. Queen 10 of diamonds. Perhaps some other people getting invited now as well to see some multi-way, or to see a multi-way flop.
10 seconds.
Whenever you raise with aces or kings and the person directly next to you calls, all it makes you think is, can someone please squeeze?
Yeah.
Because it invites.
I don't want to go 3,
Right.
4-handed.
It invites the blinds to just come along.
Well, let me tell you, sir. There was a hand I was told by our friend Tim Duckworth the other day, where it went raise, and either 3 or 4 people called before it got to our buddy Tim in the small blind with queens, and he elected to just call.
What?
And decided to go 19 ways to a flop out of position.
Is might be the worst hand I've ever heard. Roberts here. Let's go of Jack 10 in the big blind, preserving his stack. We'll see Fritz and Leonard go head to head here.
Heads up.
7-3-8 rainbow. Nothing really connecting here for Leonard.
Yeah, but this is still this is not a super fun / easy spot for Fritz. If they are, like we think, getting pretty close to the bubble, playing out of position against somebody who has a hefty stack like this, can put a lot of pressure on you, can be playing a little bit more wide open in their range. Like, why can't Leonard be in there with a 7-8 suited, you know, a 9-10 suited? Not that 9-10 is necessarily ahead of you right now, but it just makes it tricky. So Fritz is going to come with a check here to start things off. And now, after this bet, you know, he has some options. He could come with a check raise. Maybe he decides to just check call, play it a little bit slow. I think either are fine. He does opt to just check call, so, you know, ideally you see a safe turn card and then you go from there.
Check.
7 is, it's all right. Another check from Fritz. And I think if your pads, you know, he's certainly studied enough that he could probably recognize there's going to be some aces and kings, queens, etc. in the range for Fritz here. That said, you know, you don't really have much of anything, right? You have queen high with no draw. You know, you can't even hit a gutter here. So he's in that area where he wants to pull his bluffs from, and he's going to continue through. Pads can rep some 7s here, of course.
Now, when Pads bets the flop, is he already thinking of a game plan for turn and river, or are we going much more case by case as we see Fritz?
Well, I think he has kind of various pathways mapped out in his head depending on what the turn card is, right? Like, let's see the turn card's a 9. Maybe he then checks it back being open-ended versus, or the turn card's maybe a queen. Maybe he also checks back that, you know. I don't know exactly, but, you know, you can kind of get my picture. Versus if it comes off like a 7 like it does, if it rolls off, let's say, a deuce on the turn, something where it doesn't really give Leonard any additional equity, he's still just left with this queen high, no draw, then he's just going to continue bluffing at it in that fashion.
Now,
and here I mean, maybe, okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say, if he unloads the clip, I mean.
Fritz happily happily trying to extract maximum value without having to do any of the betting himself. Announcement being made there by Tournament Director Paul Campbell that we are swapping tables for the fairness of the game. Just tuning in, this is day 1. We're not at the final table yet, but we are approaching the money bubble here in event number 2 of the 2025 PokerGO Cup. And let me remind you here that the best cash games are live on PokerGO. We have high stakes poker, no gamble, no future, and a new show debuting next month. It is going to be Cash Flow. I will not tell you anything else. You just have to see it. Donnie and I will be on the commentary. Our first cash game show, Justin Young and Art are headliners there, and they're bringing their table 1 game from Aria inside the PokerGO studio.
Yeah, maybe.
And I promise you, it'll be wall-to-wall shenanigans.
They are? The ones at Gardens or Bicycle?
All right.
Is that Commerce?
Eric Seidel,
Commerce?
the man, the myth, the legend, taking center stage here.
We're hard hand right now.
Bringing a
Maybe I should go there.
good amount of chips to the table. And I just heard someone say we're hand for hand now.
Yeah. When dates is it?
We all know what that means. That means that we are on the money bubble.
February? Oh, so it's pretty soon. Yeah,
It
I could
is
probably make it.
bubble time at the PokerGO Cup. Event number 2. Getting caught up here on eliminations. We lost Brandon Wilson by the hands of Andrew Moreno.
Yeah. It was actually pretty close to like a straight flush, too. I think it was
Wilson
like 4.
had jacks versus the ace
like
queen of
2,
Moreno.
yeah.
Moreno found a queen on the river to eliminate Wilson. And here we are, blinds 15K, 25K.
40.
Sam Laskowitz actually taking the largest stack to this feature table as
50.
Sean Bala is also up
It's
over a
25K
million.
now?
Raise to 40.
50.
50? Okay.
Well, I tried to make it 40, but apparently that's too cheap. So I gotta charge him more.
Bala's most recent cash was a 9th place finish in event number 1 of the Poker Masters in 2024.
I tried to make it cheaper. 40 you call?
Was that you who was sending it on Coin Poker? Like, was that a brown ball?
That's me. Brown ball 55.
What made you want to fucking play?
I just wanted to battle,
Okay, fair enough.
but I got destroyed. I got stop blasted in like 1,800 hands, and then I quit. I mean, to be fair, I played Barack heads up, and I lost like 5 binds in like 150 hands. So they kind of destroyed me. I was planning on taking like a 100K shot, and I lost like 50K just in like 100 hands of heads up.
Those guys are scary. It's like you need to give like, a big blind away.
Some of them.
But, yeah,
Some of them are better, and some of them are worse. But I don't know. Everyone's beatable. I think. Yeah, that's what matters. But yeah, I got wrecked.
But I respect the heart just to like get in there, like.
Yeah. Yeah, why not?
Which game?
The Coin Poker, the Cash Game World Championship.
You trust Coin Poker?
Well, in that, all the players are like known players. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I wouldn't play with Tony G on Coin Poker with your money. That's all I got to tell you.
You wouldn't?
The brown Balla,
Yeah, that's fair.
Sean Balla.
I did play one time with Tony G. I cleared him.
Gained some
Because
notoriety.
The first time.
Playing heads up versus Phil Galfond.
No, like throughout the challenge,
On
like
Poker Night in
Tony G wasn't
America.
playing in the challenge, but they had these
Also
like
frequent
VIP tables every week, and I played
Hustler
in them
Casino
1 week.
Live cash
And, like,
games.
I hit like a higher straight than him, and he had like the 4-liner straight, and he started like immediately asking for straddles. He was so tilted.
Anthony Hu finds ace 5 of hearts.
10 seconds.
Starts raising. And look at that. Keith Lear with the bigger ace. Lear just makes the call in position against Anthony Hu. Nine, 7, 5, 2 diamonds. Pair of 5s out there for Hu, but safe to assume he's not going to feel comfortable. Action goes check, check. King of diamonds on the turn. Lear picks up the nut flush draw. Action checked again. 6 of spades completes the board. Who's 5 is the winner here if this goes to showdown. Let's see if either player wants to stab at this.
I don't like this chair.
Goes check, check, and who shows down the winner? Once again, we are on the money bubble. One more player will walk away empty-handed, and Yi Clausen, who is at our feature table, is one of the short stacks, so keep a close eye on her progress. Other short stacks includes Christian Roberts, Matthew McEwen, Justin Saliba. The stacks are not too shallow just yet. First payout level today is 17,700. Daniel in the chat says this ain't live, right? Yes, it is. We are live. We're on a slight delay, but if you make your way to the PokerGO studio right now, you'll be able to see these players in person. As we pan over to Andrew Lichtenberger on our secondary table. Lichtenberger up against Andrew Moreno. Got 4-6-9 Jack out on board. Excuse me, Justin Saliba is his opponent. And by the looks of it, Saliba might be considering aggressive action here.
Who was the
Nope.
best guy?
Does go out of the way.
In the cash game, Owen won.
Yeah, I know. Like,
Yeah.
who did you feel like was the best?
I mean, I got stop loss after like 2K hands, so I didn't get to play them. They're all pretty good. I think Owen. I've played him a decent amount. He's very good. I think Linus was obviously good. Linus was the one getting in there the most from what I saw. Like a lot of the other guys, like you kind of like can push them around in certain spots. But Linus is like, yeah, he'll fight back more. Like sometimes it's bad though too, right? Sometimes he overdoes it.
Dayon, like Callow.
Oh,
whatever his name
yeah,
was.
Decky.
He
plays
I
good.
was really impressed with.
Yeah, he plays
He had a couple
good.
hands that were just insane.
Yeah, he plays good. I got cooler a lot, then I quit. I lost like 60 bigs per 100 over like 1,500 hands or something insane like that. Yeah. It's not really, you're not really gonna be able to do much.
Laskowitz finds 9s, makes it 50K, and Clausen, as I said, one of the shorter stacks, might be considering a tight approach to try and make the money. She finds ace 8 of spades on the button and lets go of it. G. Clausen, who goes by Kit Kat as her nickname. My favorite candy, so I'll go with that, Kit Kat. A round of folds, and Sam Laskowitz,
I mean,
PokerGO
it's hard to
Studio
say that
regular,
like, someone
takes
was
it
the
down.
best because like I feel like everyone is good at some things and bad at some other things. No one was like the
2.9
best at
million
everything.
Very democratic.
No, if I thought someone was
Yeah,
better than everyone else, I would say it.
Yeah, yeah.
Like I definitely think Owen was a lot better than most of the field. There was a few guys that were like clearly bad.
Who is Owen?
His name is, he goes by Prodigy online. He's from like London. He's like a heads up guy. He's like a young kid. Just like some random online guy. Yeah, he's like some random online guy. Yeah.
He played like Doug Heads Up.
He played Doug Heads Up at Lodge. Yeah.
I don't know him.
But
I don't watch much poker.
well, even if you did, you couldn't really watch him. He plays in like random online games with like other super pros. There's not much.
I didn't get to watch much of it. I wish they were.
Yeah.
I wish I knew about it more, like before, you know.
Yeah.
It's actually pretty interesting.
Actually folds the brown balla in the small blind.
Did button clicker play?
No. He likes playing heads up though. I play him heads up sometimes. He's fun. But he's a station.
Balla just makes the call, and Anthony Hu gets to see a free flop. Small pot arriving on the river. Who's deuce out in front?
Feel any better?
Who dusses out 50,000?
Everyone's in the way.
Everyone's in the way, and a little hero call goes awry as who gets some value from his deuce. Sean Balla, aka Brown Balla, more known as a cash game player, plays on lots of cash game live streams. Perhaps he needs a spot on No Gamble No Future one of the future seasons. Yeah,
I'm in.
Definitely brings the game.
I gave you 50-50.
140, like a 75, 25.
Huh?
Final table of the 10K Mystery Bounty
What do you
in
mean?
July at the WSOP, finished in 6th
no,
for
still
182,000.
50-50.
His largest tournament score to date.
Yeah.
Action folding around once again to the small blind. This time it's who? 9 deuce. Suited for him.
10 seconds.
There's the 80,000.
Quiet hand for hand here. In event number 2 at the PokerGO Cup. Don't forget that daily you guys can tune in, or sorry, you guys can hop on playpokergo.com and play the Play Poker Go Cup. There will be one event every day. Starts at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, 4 p.m. Pacific Time. First event was today. Hop in those tournaments, likely while the final table is going. Looks like Moreno's gonna bet and Joey Wiseman folds before he even gets the money out there. And Moreno looks like he's got at least 2.5 stacks of those lavender 25K chips, so cruising along quite nicely. It wasn't
played down to
that long ago when he made quads with ace queen against pocket kings to get a big double up and
6 or 7.
Smooth sailing up the leaderboard from there.
We played down to 7 last night, but I think today we're playing down to 6.
I see. It's usually like 6 or 1 a.m.
Yeah, you usually try and get you guys down to 6, but maybe you don't always make it there.
Like that, I think.
Yeah, you got like 1.2.
Clausen here with a couple of 8s.
What you got?
Also has 8 big blinds. Would imagine this is enough to put the money in. 8's just too good to fold, even if you are on the bubble.
In my defense, it has fluctuated.
Yeah, you're right. It just happens to always be 1.1.
No action, but I'm sure she'll take it. Just chip up a little bit without having to actually be at risk, because no callers. Just at 11 o'clock here in Vegas. Thank you to everyone who is tuning in Of course, everyone on PokerGo, all the PokerGo subscribers, really appreciate you guys. Also, shouts to the YouTube chat. If you are on YouTube, throw us a like, hit that thumbs up, subscribe to the channel.
Did it flash?
Is that a 5?
Yeah, 5 of heart.
If you're in the PokerGo chat, just say hello. You know, let us know there's life out there. This event number 2, the plan is today on this stream to play down to the final table. Those players, whether it's 6 of them, 7 of them, however many are left, they'll come back tomorrow on Thursday for the live streamed final table. Jeff Platt, Brent Hanks will be on the call. That will start at 1 p.m. Vegas time, and they'll be competing for the $295,000 first place prize in this one. As we see who.
200.
What is this? Wow. Bringing the goods. Remko disappeared and returned with good stuff. So who tried to get in there with a raise of 10-7 off? Laskowitz said, listen, I'm the table captain. 3-bet gets it through.
I go out to use the restroom and grab myself a drink. I run into Drew Chestnut, one of our highly valued members of the PokerGo team, and he's holding a bag. And I was right on time because it was full of ice cream.
I mean, this is incredible.
So ice cream for the circus boys. Hope you guys at home are having some good snacks. Let us know what you're munching on, because we are munching on ice cream, which is great at 11 p.m. on a school night.
I like, we've reached that point in the night when, I mean, it was 45 minutes ago, Remko was like, my wife made me a protein muffin so I can eat healthy, blah, 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 and then he's boom, ice cream.
Hey, I'm
over it.
I didn't buy the ice cream. I didn't ask for the ice cream. It's just appeared, and here we are. That's how it goes with me, usually.
Babe, I tried to be healthy.
Yeah.
They forced me.
They forced me to eat ice cream. What, am I going to say no to ice cream? Come on.
But I ate the muffin.
Yeah. Oh, I had both muffins. They were great. Balla raising it up. The 50K. Who coming over the top here to 140. We're still on that money bubble. And Clausen, Kit Kat Clausen in the corner there, patiently waiting for a good spot or for the bubble to just burst.
Yeah, a couple hands ago, well, you stepped out. She did move all in under the gun with 2 8s, no callers. But other than that, not much going her way so far in terms of getting playable hands. But that's fine, you know. Nothing wrong when you're short to just doing what you can, folding to get into the money.
And you know what he told me? He was like, let's play heads up, blind versus blind. And I was like, that sounds so retarded. Well, first he phrased it, like, the way he phrased it, I didn't understand what he was saying. He was like, let's play, like, where, like, the button straddles. And I was like, you want to play heads up where every hand the button straddles? Like, that sounds retarded.
Pads versus Manuel Fritz here. I see a 4 and a deuce.
That's in Pads' range. No, I was wrong. Fritz with King Queen here. He's got the best of Leonard, who whiffs on this board, but not a whole lot to play for, so he'll be all right.
So this hand was Fritz limping from the small blind.
Somebody laid you.
Leonard checked. Check on the flop.
Somebody laid you.
King 4 deuce. Check on the turn. Now Fritz is going to come out with 50K here on the river.
Would you have taken my bet? No way.
Do you want to take 9,000 to 1? 9,000 to 1.
Oh.
I would take 9,000 to 1.
I said 9 to 1.
Oh, no.
9,000, I said.
I mean, 9,000 to 1.
10 seconds.
Pretty
Yeah,
good.
I mean,
You would have taken it?
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I'll take 9,000 to 1 on like both.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking, like, there's not many things.
Happen, but I would take it.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
You got to be up against the bank that can afford to pay out 9,000 to 1 on a bet.
Because right now you're pretty live. You're pretty live for that.
10 seconds.
Imagine you just put $100 on the. Be nice.
Pad does flick in the call with the queen high, and it is no good.
Problem is, the field's a lot better than you.
Yeah,
There were
you're
200
so
involved.
live, right? Because you're gonna do more than one bullet. Right? When you got that going on, though,
Yeah.
and you win the first, right? You can just fire the 3 with the first, and then if you don't win, you right.
Got him tilted.
Over 100, so.
Hmm?
I don't know what's fair. What's fair would be? What like the average player?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because you fire multiple bullets, right? But the more bullets you fire, the less likely you are to win.
Uh, 7, 10 back.
So let's say it's like 2.5 per player. So it's 2.5 out of what was the field yesterday? 170.
188 or something.
Okay. So it's like 2 and 180, 2.5 and 180, and 2.5 and 120. Whatever that works out to be. Multiply those two together. That's fair.
10 seconds.
Leonard potentially getting into a bit of a blind battle here with Burke.
Well, just
decides to just limp in.
You said 188.
Still hand for hand. It means the play is a bit slower.
118.
King Jack 7, 2 spades. Gut shot here for Leonard. He opts to check.
Oh wow, 3,500.
If you're average.
If you're average.
Turn gives Leonard a pair of 9s
Pretty
while
good, though.
Burke
I feel
picks
like
up
everyone in the field can
sort of
probably
a
flip that.
emergency flush draw.
Not everybody, but most.
Most are what?
Most people in the field can probably beat 9K to 1
Yeah.
on double trophy.
I'm not one of them. Are you one of them?
I'm not. No, we beat 9K. 3,500 to 1.
Keep checking this thing down. Leonard's 9 will win if this goes to showdown.
Although I am doing trophy drop. That's true. Not you. Not anymore.
I was 6-0 heads up, and then like lost a handful in the third. I'm like, is it ever gonna happen again?
Right,
You know,
right,
like
yeah.
lose your confidence.
Right. No, I've had a number of series lately where I'll win a trophy and go home down, right? Because I'll win a trophy in like a tiny side event and just dust the main.
Yeah. Congrats on a great song. I'm buried.
Yeah. Yeah.
Totally buried.
Yeah.
Awesome. But, if you don't,
You're
take
done.
runs in the high rollers, like you're done.
Well done here by Leonard.
You were
Getting
done.
some value
You were
on the
done.
river from his 9.
That's a lot.
He now
I'm not having
up to
swings at the front
1.2
of
million.
that
Burke
big
down to 655.
250 twice.
Monsignor and Fritz also just around that million chip mark.
That adds up.
You're looking at the guys who
Within that PvP hand where you said on
have a good chance of making the final table, which airs tomorrow on PokerGo and on YouTube.
Right. Not unless you like
Oh, yeah, that's right.
win the million.
Yeah.
Specifically the monster set. Right? Gets a million of that.
Yeah, or
But yeah.
some check low that you didn't step on the turn like the father suit.
I'm
or
not even
something.
sure it's possible to win these events.
Yeah,
I'm not
that's
convinced
pretty
that
much
it's actually ever won.
That's right. Mm.
I could bet some.
Yeah, it's not that easy.
Not a whole lot to report on these last few hands, as hand-for-hand play just be like that sometimes.
There's just so many tournaments. Like,
Final 18 players, 17 will get paid. Monsec,
Yeah,
one of those
it's-
players you look at to take initiative and
It's super low prio,
keep
for
applying the
sure.
pressure.
Do you play mix also? Yeah. And you really don't want to waste like 3 days to come.
Right.
50th.
True, true. My best run at a lottery event was 19th in a 20K field, I think.
Wow, that's awesome.
It was. And it was also not a lot. It was like 50 buy-ins, you know, which is a lot, but also
It's how much?
50 buy-ins.
Lots of pauses in the action, as is to be expected when we go hand for hand. Back on over to this wide angle view. Still a third table in play. This tournament not nine-handed, as Seidel and Bala see a flop of 7-3 jack.
Bet 60,000.
Seidel continues for 60,000. Action here, Seidel made a 50K pre, Bala made the call. Bala calling from the small blind. Now check calling again with just ace-9. Interesting approach here. Do you think he's trying to set up something on later streets?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell. I'm not sure I would have approached the ace-9 like this, especially given where Seidel's stack size is. You know, I know Seidel is on the button, yes, but starting this hand with 19 bigs, I don't think he's just totally getting after it. I mean, maybe I could be wrong there, but, you know, you're raising into Bala, you're raising into who I think both are obviously bigger stacked and capable of coming back at you, which would lead me to believe that Seidel's a little bit more, you know, confined in his range than you might necessarily think on the button. So then if you're Bala, you know, pre-flop calling out of position and then calling the flop does seem slightly ambitious to me. And here, I mean, he's just trying to represent, turn this ace high into a bluff.
Goes for 10% on the river. Seidel's going to call it off with ace-king high, and he's going to find out that the king will play. And the legend, the Hall of Famer.
Bala rolls his eyes there. Like, kind of like, well, you know.
At himself? At the situation?
It's probably both, all of it. I mean, you know, the whole thing. Like, really, he had to have that. Like, you know. I mean, like, you know, in a way, he achieved kind of what he wanted in the end there, just blocking.
Right.
And then your opponent just had it.
So slow going right now as we are hand for hand, but it's just leading us into the flurry that comes every time the bubble bursts.
Oh, yeah, of course. Just need one person to go out, and then the floodgates will open, as they generally do. Not only here on the PGT, but that's just how tournaments are in general. You know.
One of the funniest things to observe is when the money bubble bursts in the WSP main event, and Donnie, you and I have seen this 15 times now, I guess, and the sort of sigh of relief in the room when that money bubble ultimately bursts, followed by the absolute madness that happens at that point, and you sort of lose 30% of the field in the next hour.
Yeah, just chaos. Absolute chaos.
Summer seemingly right around the corner. It's February, and I'm already hearing many people around me talk about World Series of Poker, which of course you can all watch on PokerGO.com.
3 players.
Three-way action to the flop here between Hu, Bala, and Lear.
Check. Check.
John G in the chat says, damn, did I miss the bubble? No, you did not. We're still on the bubble.
Yeah, 30,000. Raise 100,000.
Who just a non-believer here. And you really love to see him just get after it here. I mean, Keith is kind of like, what are these guys up to over here?
Is this the time and the place for Hu to sort of quote unquote take it to the streets, just because it is going to be so hard for Bala to fight back if he's not able to tell a compelling story?
Yeah, I mean, so going back to pre-flop, Bala limps the button, right?
Yep.
So, I mean, maybe there is some ace-X that's in there limping the button, but those ace-X hands are going to be probably the bad ace-X hands. Ace-4, ace-5, ace-6, I mean, stuff like that, I would guess, if he's even limping an ace. Could certainly raise an ace on the button. You do have that ace that would block your opponents from having some premiums.
15.
I don't think he's limping an ace-king, ace-queen, stuff like that. And then the hands that are kind of drawing, king-10, what was it, it was ace-jack, I believe, on the flop. King-queen, you know, you have that king in your hand if you're Hu, so you're just like, listen, I don't believe you really have anything here. I think you just kind of tried to see a favorable flop in position and then go from there. And I think he correctly pounced on it. Also, you know, if you're in Bala's shoes, you have to factor in that you can go broke on this hand, and ultimately you don't want to have that happen to you. So the pressure can just be really applied from Hu.
Yeah, mistakes get magnified in spots like these. Money bubble looming here as Lear limps in with Jack-10. Laskowitz finds a premium in the big blind, makes it 80,000, and Lear can just let this one go. And as you can see, Kit Kat Clausen, the short stack at the table on 320,000, but still above 10 big blinds, so no direct pressure on her. She can still remain patient. Christian Roberts on the outer table on 305,000, to give you an idea that, you know, she's not the only one in danger. Clement Dang only, quote unquote, on 400,000. So quite a few candidates here to be all in.
295.
Dennis Hall saying, I'm confused, why is the main table playing and there are players standing in the background? Well, the last table that is still playing will result in the other people standing around waiting. Sometimes they all play in sync with each other, and sometimes it'll be out of sync, which means that the other players will be forced to wait around until the next hand gets dealt. The bubble, not ideal for the excitement level because it's pretty slow, but ultimately it is an important moment, and we will ultimately and hopefully see a meaningful hand decide who does go out empty-handed. 17K on the line here for the first player to finish in the money. Now, Donnie, if you're Clausen, do you walk around to the other tables? Do you scout out, like, you know, what are my chances here? Or, you know, do you purely try and sit on your hands, so to say?
I mean, probably sit on your hands. I mean, you're probably kind of aware of what's going on. You know, I think the players are generally aware of the situation in the entire room. But, I mean, you also have to proceed cautiously, right? You're the shortest stack at this table. You can certainly go broke. Both Hu and Laskowitz flopping top pair. Laskowitz has the best of it. Action was checked around on the flop.
Check. Bet 60,000.
Who, having flopped the jack, is going to bet 65K here. Laskowitz with a much better jack in a terrific spot here.
Yeah, Hu likely just kind of trying to play somewhat defensively in position here. See a good turn card before putting more money into the pot. He of course has top pair, but it can be behind, of course, with just a 6 kicker. It's vulnerable. Probably not ultimately going to get 3 streets out of this hand, so checking flop and then deciding to come with it on the turn.
Does Jack 6 still play for value here on the river?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because you could probably target some 10s if your opponent has them. You can't say that you're going to target weaker jacks because he doesn't have any weaker jacks in his range. But, you know, I think there's probably a fair amount of 10s. You know, if he's playing a queen jack suited this way, probably a 10-9 suited is also in there, queen 10 suited, stuff like that.
And Hu here bets 175. Laskowitz gets maximum value out of his queen jack, makes the call, and is now up to 1.7 million, and he is our new chip leader. Anthony Hu drops below $1 million. Sam Laskowitz, 2.9 million in career tournament earnings, could eclipse that 3 million mark with a decent in the money run here. His poker playing story sort of blew up in the 2022 Colossus at the World Series of Poker, where he finished second, outlasting 13,565 players to collect a $256,000 payout for a $400 buy-in.
I think I finished 236 in that. Close.
What you're saying is that you could have been right here.
I was close.
Playing the cup.
That's right.
Laskowitz has since then
crushed.
put his mark on the high roller tournament scene, but his Colossus win is still his largest score to date. I'm sure he is hopeful to eclipse that number.
I think the story was that that was his first live tournament.
What? That is nuts. All right, if you're getting ready for your first live tournament, you might as well check out octopipoker.ai to make sure that your game is up to speed using the most accessible poker study platform for all skill levels. Join the community for free or subscribe to a paid plan to get more features such as access to the Octopi Poker Vault, where you can drill real spots from PGT final tables. For a limited time during the PokerGO Cup, save an additional 10% on the annual pro plan. The offer ends on February 20th. So check it out right now at octopipoker.ai.
Everyone just folding every hand forever.
Yeah, because the short staff's literally just got to race like to the.
A little pause in the action here as we wait for the action to wrap up on the outer table. Looks as though it's our non-filmed table that is still in action. And we just got the call here. Next hand, please. So cards will be back in the air. If you're tuned into our stream on YouTube or on PokerGO, please let us know where you're watching from. I think it is about time to do a few shout-outs. I'll try to get as many in there as I can. And while you're at it, please like the video, subscribe to the channel if you're catching us on YouTube. Side out calls from the small blind, action on Bala in the big blind.
Heads up.
Here's the flop. King 7-4. Bala pairs a 7.
Check. Bet 25.
Quick bet and a fold. Jared says, shout out my dad, Stu. There you go, Jared. Thanks for tuning in. Mark L is in the house from Milwaukee. Carl from Minnesota. We got Jack Davies on my way to work in England. Yeah, it's easy to forget. It's already morning again in Europe. Scott Stewart asking, do they stop at 6 or 7? Depends a little bit on the timing of it all, but I don't think we'll play past 7. Christy in the house from Michigan City. Still awake, Christy. Love to see it.
Raise 50,000.
Laskowitz using the big stack to his advantage.
What is for breakfast tomorrow?
Slug. Egg slug. Whoever needs that. Egg slug. 10 seconds. It's actually called the slug.
Play is moving along here slowly. We got John G from Boston in the house. He says we're snowed in. Well, then watching poker is probably the best thing to do.
It's very good.
Brad in the house from Farmington, Minnesota. We got Colt Walker watching from the Mojave Desert. Surprised you have good service there.
40.
And look at this. We got big action on the secondary table. Michael Burke all in and at risk with the best of it. Ace-King versus the Ace-4 of Patrick Leonard. Leonard with the suited ace. Looking to bust this money bubble. But there's a king in the window, and Burke is looking real comfortable here. Looks like he's about to double up to a massive stack. 10 on the turn. Gives us some chop outs. Ace on the river is not going to do it. Michael Burke with a huge double up to 1.4 million. As Patrick Leonard is left with just 400K, and the money bubble continues.
Are you deaf in the lefty?
Oh, yeah. Patrick
That's a massive hand.
Huge hand.
Yeah, I see you
Good
favoring.
lord.
Leonard going for it, applying that pressure, not getting Ace-King to fold, obviously. Players on a little bit of walkabout as we
That's how I like
wait for the next hand to be dealt. Michael watching from Charleston, South Carolina. David says, New York City, you have to work in the AM, so need this bubble to burst. David, just you can pause the stream, go to bed, and watch the rest at breakfast.
Where he like donked really small, and I called with like second nut flush because I wanted to see what he had, and he had a straight with like the heart blocker, and I was like, what the fuck, I should have raised. Yeah.
See a guy he's kind of scary to raise blocks. But you do have second nut flush.
Yeah.
Paired board?
No. I mean, I didn't know what I was doing in PLO back then.
Nothing.
It was
I mean, he
one of
doubled
my
up.
first PLO tournaments.
Ace King. I don't know what Patrick had. Pretty big pot.
Patrick and him.
Patrick and I don't know the kid's name. Tall kid.
The kid who doubled?
Hmm?
The kid who doubled? Michael Burke.
What's his name?
Burke.
B-E-R-K.
The kid you bubbled, remember that?
Clausen finds ace-10
Changes
off.
that. Yeah.
Is this a
I
case
wouldn't
of
be able to find
might as well, or?
Oh!
She already has. Kit Kat Clausen is all in for 230K, and Eric Seidel finds the Rockets on the money bubble. Bad news for Clausen. And look at this, Seidel's oh so casual. Just makes the call, and Bala finds ace-king of hearts.
What is happening?
Oh my God. Monster pot incoming. Brown Bala shoves all in. Kit Kat Clausen all in for her tournament life, but what's even more exciting here is that Bala jammed over the top, Seidel with the snap call, and now we just wait for the other tables to finish so we can see this epic three-way all-in.
Because we're talking about slot.
I mean, given where Seidel's stack is, when you're Clausen, you see Seidel put the chips into call, you're already feeling like, uh-oh, I just stepped in it. Then Bala comes in, you're like, oh, crap.
Oh my
then
God.
Seidel just snaps it off. I mean,
worst case scenario for Clausen. But also, let's pay attention to this. Bala and Seidel have virtually identical stacks.
No, I
It looks like he has 675.
Bala, of course, a huge underdog.
25 extra.
But I just want to put this out there. He could bust two players here in one hand.
Yeah.
and if somehow Clausen's able to win this hand, like let's say she hits 2 10s.
Yeah.
But then Seidel beats Bala. Bala's just left with 25K.
That's also true.
That could also happen.
Lots of implications here. This flop will surely see a spike in adrenaline from some of these players. But for now, Eric Seidel looking very comfortable with aces in this three-way all-in situation on the money bubble of Event 2 of the 2025 PokerGO Cup. Let's see the flop here. 9-4-4, as clean as it gets. King on the turn opens up some room, and it's a 10 on the river. That's not going to do it. Eric Seidel will bust Kit Kat Clausen on the money bubble and leave Brown Bala with just 25K. They'll count the chips to verify, but Eric Seidel, one of the chip leaders here, as we approach an inch closer to the final table in this event. Perfect timing for the Poker Hall of Famer.
Just an absolutely incredible hand. I mean, brutal way to go if you're Clausen. Super short. Found a halfway decent ace and went with it, just ran into the goods.
It could happen.
Pretty sick return.
Just like that, Seidel's got 1.6 million. I mean,
There's 7 more for you.
Now I can gamble. The bubble was worth 80,000 to me. So, last longers, yeah.
Last longers.
I love Keith Lee.
Cash him in.
I played against him. I played a hand against him that I would never have played the way I played it.
Yeah.
I had the ace of diamonds. He had ace 5. I had ace queen with ace of diamonds.
So he made the play.
He had the 5. You'd never won that pot. Unless we get it all in, then you beat me.
All right, the action is far from over here, but if you want to get into the action yourself while watching, head on over to playpokergo.com right now, available on web, iOS, and Android. And remember, only Lions wear the crown. We have a PokerGO Cup series happening on playpokergo.com until February 19th, and only the winner of those events will get to use the PGT Lion avatar. So get in the mix right now. Start playing for free at playpokergo.com. Looks like Brown Bala is logging in to get some side action going here. All right, in the money, cards back in the air. 17K guaranteed for the final 17 players.
You know how much you have now, Eric?
Infinite. 1.7. Maybe.
Laskowitz and Seidel dominating stacks here at this featured table.
Ball 55.
Yeah, I'm missing these.
couple of
All right,
sevens.
it's easy peasy. Just pick up aces against ace 10, ace king.
That's how you get.
That's how you do.
get 10 bracelets.
Keith Lear was just playing 80K bubble over there.
Yeah.
Just quietly.
And now he's back to chatting. He's wanted to make sure he got the bag before opening things up again, verbally.
Of course, you don't want to tell your opponents too, because
yeah, exactly. You don't want to let that secret out.
Things just get better for Seidel here. Top set
Mm-hmm.
up against Anthony, who you know,
For
who's
no
got
limit.
kind of that range of hands where probably just going to start bluffing this one. Does have some backdoor spades that could come
Spot
in.
me the button, I'll play you head up.
That doesn't seem fair.
Raise to 170.
Top set for Seidel.
We played
I'm 61 years old.
Yeah, but you're good.
Get the hands he needs.
I won the
We
10K.
played
I won
it.
the 10K heads up.
Oh, I see.
And finished second in the 10K heads up too.
Oh, nice. We played in juice a little bit.
A little bit.
Yeah. Here and there.
I never went a hand on juice.
Yeah.
You're in Oscar's game, right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't really play anymore, but I used to.
I don't play much anymore either.
Yeah, it's kind of dead now.
Seidel, with that hand, takes the chip lead
I'm
in the
terrible
tournament.
online. I just click buttons. Gamble.
On the secondary table, Monsek, Burke, both up over $1 million. Leonard in a bit of danger, down to 16 bigs.
Raise 50,000.
Yeah, Keith Lear, I heard him say yesterday during play that he wasn't planning on playing the series, but he was in town for the Super Bowl.
Yep.
Saw the events were going on, stuck around a couple extra days.
Love it.
Fired away, and, you know, here he is.
Absolutely love it.
Just making, you know, 80K money bubbles. No big deal.
Yeah. I'm sure he had more on the Super Bowl.
Oh, Lord only knows.
Queen 7-8, 2 spades. More appealing looking for who than for Lear. Ace high still in front though.
That 110.
$110 bet from who, and Lear happily lets go of his ace high. Brad asking how long the stream
Did you
tonight
beat that
is.
game?
We are playing down to the final table.
One small. I lost
7.
like 400 or 500 in like my first month of playing. But then I think I ended up winning like 100 overall over the next like 4 or 5 months.
The Hold'em game's not really any good.
Yeah, but I don't know how to play PLO. Every time I play PLO, I get dusted. Yeah.
There's no Annie here.
No way.
Wow, do I gotta walk?
Oscar's actually good.
I got 6-3, 5-3, 4-3. 3 hands in a row, 3-5, 3-4, and 3-6.
You did pretty well at 60.
All in here
Yeah.
from the big blind, 6-3. Seidel's
Just,
got him at risk with 9-8.
I just need one picture. Yeah.
Ace 10,
GG.
9.
Oh.
6 of clubs on the turn.
GG.
8 on the river,
Picked
though,
up
no
the club,
good. And we lose
Right.
Bala in the
Yeah, GG. Good luck, guys.
Yep.
17th place, I believe.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah. See ya.
16th place. We lost Christian Roberts at the outer table right before that.
Yeah, you can just call me Keith Button Lear. And so that way, if you want to play head up, you can just give me the button.
That doesn't seem fair. What if, how about this? How about we play heads up, but every hand I switch with airball? You get
No.
airball half the time.
Nope. I get the
That's a
button
good
every
edge.
hand.
That's a pretty good edge.
I get the button every hand.
Come on, he lost $1 million to Berkey. It must be a good enough
We're
edge.
just soft hand for him?
I can play airball without having to play you at all.
Yeah, but swing the deal for me. He might not play you heads up.
I think he would.
No.
He thinks I'm a horror show.
In no limit, I don't think he'll play you.
He'd play me.
No, he doesn't like playing no limit heads up.
Nick,
Berkey
airball.
scarred him, bro.
Yeah.
He won't play anyone heads up now. PLO, he'll play heads up PLO.
I don't think he'll play him.
He has no chance in head up PLO.
Really? Okay, I'll tell him he said that. Maybe you guys can get some action.
I love Keith Lear.
He's the best. He's been around forever, still dukes it out with the kids.
You should do that, like the high stakes duel thing, the heads up one.
Yes.
I don't want to be on TV.
Oh, yeah, Brazil, Luis is going to play Berkey, I think.
As he's on TV.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what they got?
Yeah, I think
I've
they
heard
got
some other names too. But.
Yeah, maybe someone else.
We'd love some Keith Lear action on high stakes duel as we pan on over to our third table. Chewy, Moreno, Weissman,
I'm not sure
McEwen, and
we're not even
Saliba.
hard, we're soft. Yeah. They're probably still in a hand over there.
A little soft hand-for-hand action here due to the pay jumps that we are seeing, I believe, Donnie?
I think we might also be waiting to move a player.
Oh, that's what's going on.
That's a
Yes,
six
we are
spot for you.
waiting to balance the tables.
So you gotta
And
wait.
you're
Gotta have
seeing-
this hand finish out and then go from there. Got Andrew Moreno with the beanie on, up against Joey Weissman there to his left. Looks like a good chunk of chips out in front of Weissman, and Moreno's here in the tank. I like this overhead shot. We can see everything.
Yeah.
See the clock. See the
This
chips.
reminds me of our stud 8 coverage from the 2022 WSOP.
I think that's the 3 of hearts. It's the 3 of diamonds.
Oh, Moreno cutting out chips. Does make the call. Weissman tosses him over with conviction. And that is indeed heading his way. I believe that is a straight.
Hey, right. Should we be dealing?
A little hard to see, but the reason we were watching this table is because we are waiting for the tables to get balanced. We've lost 2 players in the money, as Donnie said. Christian Roberts in 17th place and Eshan Abala in 16th place. Players now guaranteed 23,600, and we are rapidly approaching the final table. If you're just tuning in for the first time, we'll have this type of bonus coverage every single night during the PokerGO Cup, with the exception of Sunday when there is no action. So you have plenty of these streams to look forward to. And I don't mean these streams where we're watching a player getting moved. I mean the type of stream where you get to watch a wide variety of players. Maybe some Daniel Negreanu later this week if he makes a run. I know that these fields are stacked with top players.
You guys play one more hand for the 15, 25, 25.
Brown Balla waiting for his payout slip. And Matthew McEwen joining us on the feature table. So about to get cards back in the air.
How's she feeling?
Very pregnant.
Is she at home?
Yeah, she's
Are they going to induce or just wait?
just wait. The due date's today. Or tonight.
Yeah, so it could be 2 or 3 more days, easy, whatever. I don't know.
Can you imagine
exactly.
you get
Sam Laskowitz?
You get a call. I'm having the baby, and he's
Wow.
in the tournament.
Big risk being taken here by Laskowitz. He might need a lot of time banks if his wife goes into labor at the final table tomorrow.
I love it. I love this industry. It's the greatest.
McEwen back at the feature table.
Yeah, 500.
Just makes the call from the small blind, and who finds jacks in the big?
10 seconds.
This is He's going to get raised up, just a matter of how much.
75,000. All right, now we're up. 15,
Quick
30.
fold from McEwen.
All right, so now the blinds will go up.
30 and 30.
Oh, yep, sorry.
By the way, Melissa's in the chat.
I was going to say, Melissa is in the chat. She says, I am indeed very pregnant, holding the baby until after the final table. So got a bit of a last longer going on here. Sam Laskowitz versus the baby. Who's going to last longer? Laskowitz with the big stack. Melissa with the big belly. Shout out to Melissa, my wife.
Also with a big belly.
Also with a big belly, pregnant, but she's not due until the end of May. So I think I'm safe tonight. What I'm not safe for is the World Series of Poker.
Yeah, you'll figure it out.
It'll be interesting. I was texting with Maury Eskandani, our president and boss, talking about the baby that's coming, and he goes, "Don't worry about it. When I had kids, I would work 16 hours a day, no problem."
Okay.
I mean, I think I'll be all right. Just want to make sure the mama is all right too. RMX Indiana hanging out with us in the chat, one of our valued moderators. Thank you for being there.
Been there in a while.
It's been a good first night of action.
Great, 60,000.
Who with the raise on the button? I wonder if we see a wonder if we see this
Raise
from
all of them.
Lear, and we do. Just taking advantage of it.
Yeah, Lear's got 80K locked up from those last longer, so he'll be happy to take a bit more risk right now.
We should have Melissa should play a joke on Sam.
Oh my God, yes, please. Please text him that, honey, the water broke. We want that reaction on stream. Poker player abandons stack as wife goes into labor.
Yeah, we need a viral hit. Come on.
Yeah, we need to go viral. But it's funnier if it happens at the final table. So Melissa, please play this trick tomorrow.
No, it's just you can't mess with them at the final table. That's when the big money's on the line.
Him? No, I think it's him.
Ace King.
Yeah, I heard him saying.
Lear opened it
up on the button with this.
on the button.
I don't know if it was this hand or another hand.
What's that?
I heard him say.
Laskowitz makes a 180 from the
surprised
small
it
blind.
opened on the button with this. I'm joking.
I'm sure Seidel and Lear go way, way back.
Oh yeah,
have tons of stories.
He was right.
Lear happy to win the last longer. We're not that happy. 7-6 ends up in the muck. $15 players remaining, playing down to the final 7 tonight. Next player out gets 23,600. Final 7 will get 47,200, and I believe that is sort of what. No, it's a little bit more. Sam Laskowitz needs $68,000 in cashes to get to $3 million for his career, but that is definitely in play. Action falls to Seidel on King 9 and puts forward a chunk, signaling that McEwen will have to play for stacks, and he decides to let it go. Oh, the beauty of the big stack.
We did lose Patrick Leonard.
Oh, no.
In 15th place.
Oh, no. Patrick Leonard.
But he does pick up some points. Came into this event second on the overall leaderboard on the PGT, so he'll add a few more there and obviously be back tomorrow for event number 3.
Great, 65,000.
The night just keeps on getting better for Eric Seidel, who finds aces. Question being, will he find any customers? Ace 9 of hearts?
Yeah.
Might be playable here for who?
He could get interested. He's known to get after it a little bit here. Is who? He's been staying aggressive for quite a bit of this late night play.
Call.
Who's just going to come along and make the call.
Seidel just plays aces. That's it.
That's how you stick around in poker for a couple decades. Just wait for the goods. Great flop for Seidel. Picks up the nut flush draw along with his overpair. Not the type of flop for who to get aggressive on. Unblocking all the spades.
See ya.
David Tam asking in the chat, will y'all be broadcasting day 1 of event 3? Yes, but if you make the final table, we might reconsider. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Yes, every night, day 1 coverage of the next event, so tomorrow event 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on and so forth. The more you guys smash that like button, leave some comments, engage with us in the chat, the more we will be motivated to continue to provide this additional coverage.
That's me.
It is you.
No aces, no play. No set, no bet. You know, that's just how it goes.
Pretty much.
Seidel, since moving to the feature table, is up 1.3 million. Terrific stat. On the secondary table, it's Fritz with 1 million, Burke with over 1 million, Monsek right around 1 million, Dang 860.
Check.
Seven, 5 deuce. Laskowitz open-ended. Lear with the pair.
Bet 30,000.
Check all 30 here from Lear. Jack of hearts hits on the turn.
Seidel going for a stroll. 10 seconds. And Laskowitz is coming with a bet.
Tough there for Lear to continue.
Every time I see Lear, I just feel like he just hates folding.
Yeah, that's why he loves to play PLO. I hope Lear shows up for the PLO series.
I would love that too.
That'd be great.
He should for sure show up for super high rollable PLO.
Oh yeah,
at least, right?
You have the showdown.
Got some last longers going.
Let's look at that.
All right, still heading towards that final table. Play some final tables of your own on PlayPokerGo.com. Available now on web, iOS, and Android. A fun and free online poker game. Deal yourself in right now at PlayPokerGo.com. We also have a tournament series going on right now. Every single day, there's a special PokerGo Cup event happening on PlayPokerGo. So if you want to make it feel as though you're part of the action, make sure to jump in there as we got some fresh blood at the feature table. Justin Saliba and Andrew Moreno as we are down to the final 2 tables with the elimination of Patrick Leonard.
Anyone else in that 50K? Anyone else in that bet with you still alive?
No. Good start so far.
You could.
It's just overall points, or you have to win the whole, like the. Oh. I mean, you're definitely on the number one of the list. You definitely just free roll. The 25K doesn't have points, right? Does the 25K have points?
Yeah.
Okay.
Points.
Well, because I thought it was like they didn't do points for the bigger buy-in. Does it?
It's just 0.6.
Oh, it's 0.6. Oh, okay.
It still counts in series.
Are the 15Ks 100%?
Yeah.
Oh, so the 15Ks count more. Oh.
You can win like both 15Ks.
Win the cup, yeah.
I think for your USDOI, only cash.
What are the points for this one?
Second and fourth was 15s and finished like third. Like cash was 25. A really good show.
Oh, damn. You cash every tournament. It's insane.
I think I have 30 cash.
And then here?
On 110 boards or something.
That's insanely good.
So we are actually down to 13 players because we lost Kristen Fox in 2.
Oh,
that's why this table has 6-handed. The main feature table has 7.
That went quick then.
Yeah.
We missed Foxton's elimination. Getting word now that she busted to Andrew Moreno. King 10 versus Jacks. He hit a king on the river. So it's Andrew Moreno's day today. Quad aces.
Until 6 players or something? Or?
I think 7 or 6.
It's going to be too late. I'm going to cut it as soon as we get to 7 o'clock.
Manuel Fritz, ace queen of diamonds. And Burke finds ace king on the button. Wow. These are 2 huge stacks.
Yeah, these guys are more than 30 big blinds deep each, so this could get pretty big. They're also 6-handed. It's button versus cutoff. I mean, good lord. Here comes a 3-bet.
180.
Makes it 180. Action will get back to Fritz here. Now, how often do we call versus, 4-bet or perhaps even fold some of the time?
I mean, I'm not folding here. I think just ripping it in might be a little bit too much here, so I think you can come with a 4-bet. Could possibly even induce your opponent to do something a little bit crazy. If he wants to, really get out of line, make it like, I don't know, 350, 375, something in that area.
325.
Okay, a little bit smaller than that, 325, but still very much in line. And
so action now back on Burke, who has a decision to make here. I can only imagine that a Burke shove here will have Fritz pushing these cards towards the muck.
don't know. I don't think Fritz will be folding. Offsuit, baby suited. No. And also, like, oh, there's the jam.
There's the jam announced, and
well, Fritz immediately with a look at the other table.
oh yeah, and does snap it off. We're going to see a massive showdown here. The biggest pot of the night, 2.1 million in the middle. Ace King versus Ace Queen, and a queen on the flop. Lots of outs.
Oh my!
But they don't come in, and Manuel Fritz doubles to 2.1 million. Michael Burke takes an enormous hit. Oh my God. One of those tournament-defining type hands as the Austrian
It's 20 stacks, but it should be.
catches fire on the flop. Just a sick feeling in your stomach if you're Michael Burke, getting in as good as possible, and you just get unlucky. I mean, what can you do, right?
Yeah, just nothing to do in spots like these.
Got to run good in tournaments, and there it was Manuel Fritz running good, and Michael Burke not running so well.
25.
Fritz got to be chip leader now, right? I mean, 2.125 million?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Hello. Jeez.
Fritz indeed chip leader.
Burke still somewhat healthy. I mean, you know, not totally crushed. Obviously, you know, you want to win that, so don't get me wrong.
But look at the way the chips are sort of divvied up between the tables now. Fritz 2.1, Seidel 1.8, Laskowitz 1.9, all on the secondary table here. On the main feature table, it's Andrew Moreno on 2 million, Wiseman on 1.4, and nobody else over $1 million. So definitely a bit of a different dynamic going on. Moreno potentially able to punish the 3 short stacks that are currently at his table.
Burke there looking like he's heating up a little bit inside, understandably so. I mean, that's just a sick beat to take. And now we'll see if he can, you know, put it behind him, bounce back, move forward. Fritz gets right on the gas there, raised the 10-7 suited and takes it down.
Burke seemingly unfazed, staying calm, at least on the outside, after taking that big blow to the face and to the stack.
10 seconds.
Here comes Texas Mike, all in.
This
King,
time,
queen.
This time Burke with the smaller holding than his opponents. King Jack also another type of hand you want to be calling off shoves with in this type of situation.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, you probably want to be the one shoving with the King Jack as opposed to calling off with it.
after midnight in Las Vegas. We are down to the final 13 players in Event 2 of the 2025 PokerGO Cup. Just inching closer and closer to that final table, where tomorrow there will be $295,000 up top for the winner. Final table tomorrow at 1 p.m. Pacific time. If you're enjoying our coverage on YouTube, please smash that like button. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Very much appreciated.
Too, yeah.
Also, much love to our viewers on PokerGO.com and viewers on Twitter. Send us questions, ideas, requests, whatever is on your mind. It's kind of like, you know, after midnight, it's kind of like AM radio, where anything sort of goes. The only thing that sucks is that we can't do call-in guests. Imagine if you could do call-in guests, Donnie.
Oh my gosh. That'd be, I mean, we can make that happen, I'm sure.
Remko and Donnie after midnight. Who's on the line?
Give us your take.
Give us your hot take. That'd be so okay. Whoever,
I would wager a lot of money the first call we get would be a bad beat.
Oh, bad beat stories. Well, we could do a bad beat of the hour. I just want one of those, like, those old school sort of beige looking, like they were mostly like faded from the sunlight, rotary phones with that like distinctive ding sound when you hang up.
I'm sure producer Aiden has a rotary phone.
Absolutely, 100%.
In his garage or something.
You know, he has one hanging in the kitchen with an enormously long, like, cord on it. I really think we just discovered what the future of poker commentary needs. It's just call-in guests. And then every now and then, you know, this used to happen all the time also when I would listen to some late night radio when I was younger, is every now and then some really brilliant person would dial in on whatever the subject was and give some amazing insight. And I feel like that would happen with us too. Every now and then Patrick Leonard would just be in his hotel room after busting out. He would dial into the show and be like, hey boys, let's run through these hands real quick. Let me just give you guys all the insights. All right, I've gotten a new goal in life. Set up a dial-in poker live show.
I can't remember what year it was, but I remember vividly sitting in my room listening to the WSB main event final table on the radio. I
want to say that was 05.
Yeah,
the Hashem year.
Yeah, it was one of those years, like 05 or 06, somewhere around there. But yeah, I remember. What was I doing?
Also, it must have been like 4 in the morning over on the East Coast, as Eric Seidel has been downgraded from receiving aces to now receiving kings. Let's see if you can find someone to play with. But it doesn't look like it, so Seidel will just pick up the blinds and antes.
The best hour I've seen Seidel play aces twice, kings, and then he had sevens and he flopped top set.
Yeah, things
no
are
wonder
going,
he's in the Hall of Fame.
Going well for Seidel.
Action folds around 2 Fritz here. Nice looking 10-9 suited for him in the cutoff. Comes in with a raise 60K. And Monsek's got a couple of sevens. Wow, he just rips it. Here we go. I mean, not the
Monsek has no time for your bullshit. He just goes for it. Love it.
Yeah, I mean, Fritz is probably opening pretty liberally there, so that side bet, I mean, Monsek's,
Oh,
he
he's
could run away with this thing.
he's crushing at this point. But it's a must-win. So for those unaware of this side bet, Donnie, I don't know how many people are in it, but it's basically a must-win. Was it a 50K buy-in?
Yeah, it sounded like it from those conversations. I mean, he won the first event, so he's obviously up on top of the leaderboard, is Monsek. He's padding his lead with points here today. At least right now, of course, you know, depending on how things break, you could see somebody overtake him depending on how deep Monsek goes, but so far so good. And
Held down to 5.
look at this.
Held down to 5. Yeah. No
Moreno
6.
comes with a check raise here.
Anthony, who not going anywhere with kings just yet.
No.
Who raised
They
the
got a lot of
60K
6-1
before the
cards.
flop. Moreno defended from the big blind and now goes for the check raise. And there is the third king for who on the turn.
It could be a hand-saving turn for who, because now he's got a hammer lock on this hand, and had that turn, you know, been a little bit more interesting, let's say 4 hearts, or maybe Moreno comes with another bullet, puts who in an interesting spot, having just the king of hearts, and still that overcard of the ace on board, so Moreno looks like he is shutting it down now. One-time extension used for who as he's contemplating what to do.
If you're who right now, are you still thinking I can get 2 streets of value here from Moreno's range?
Well, you're hoping you can get 2 streets of value from his range.
Check.
He opts to check back, probably feeling, you know, I have a little bit too much hand here. Five on the river is an interesting card, you know. If Moreno is in there with a hand like he has, A7 with 7 of hearts that comes in as, you know, backdoor flush, backdoor straight. Maybe he's also in there with like a 6-5 with the 6 of hearts, 7-5 with the 7 of hearts. But now that he does check, let's see what sort of value that who comes with.
Bet 260.
260 is the bet from who with his full house. Due diligence being done by Moreno. As who has disguised the strength of his hand just a bit, Donnie. But even if it's not kings, given the fact that who raised pre and took the line the way that he did, could also have a fair amount of aces that he's now going for value with.
Yeah, ace queen, ace jack, you know, stuff like that can certainly be in there taking that sort of line. Gets it done. Looks like one of the tables has some catch up to do.
Death by 10 high.
Cause of death. Low cards. Tried to resuscitate, gave him a jack, but it was too far gone.
If poker was like a game like Diablo, where like you get like spell chances or like run around like.
I mean, they've tried that, those variations, right?
Yeah.
Right, 60,000.
Do you play Diablo?
No.
Who's right back in there, this time ace-10 off. Wiseman with a couple of sixes here. Also, remember that Wiseman finished second place in event number 1. Was topped by only Michael Monchek there, so good start to the series for Joey. Comes in there with the sixes.
10-8-7. Who pairs up? Anthony, who to me always looks like he knows exactly what's going on. Very intense looking player.
Oh, wow.
Whoa, 6 of hearts on the turn. Does put the option out there for a 9 to make a straight, but Wiseman here with a set is going to be feeling really comfortable. Again with a check from Wiseman. Now, if you're who, this is right about the time you're starting to try and get some value from your ace-10.
I mean, he could check back again. He's going to come with the bet.
Bet 80,000.
I don't think Wiseman can go anywhere just yet. You know, although there is the presence of a 9 being out there that does complete a straight. Set, I think, is too good that you're going to continue here.
And Wiseman just comes along, makes the call. King of Hearts completes the board on the river. Third heart out there now too.
Be pretty sick if Monchek just ships this one, just has everyone in the
In the blender.
yeah, probably drawing pretty dead.
Yeah, there's 6 more tournaments. I mean, crazier things have happened.
Wiseman checks a third time.
Check.
And who checks back? He's going to be pretty pleased with himself not betting that river.
Wow.
Are we still 30-30 or?
Yeah, we're 30-30. One more.
You heard Matthew McEwen and Andrew Lichtenberger there talking about the bet as we see Saliba pick up a couple of kings. But I mean, we've seen it before where people have gotten off to really hot starts. Vladis Tomasauskas comes to mind. Remember Poker Masters that one year?
Yep.
I think he won 2 of the first 3 events. So, and then he ultimately didn't win the purple jacket because so much can happen in the later stages, especially those 2 15Ks. They're just worth so much. So plenty of poker still to be played here. Although, listen, things are looking very good for Michael Monchek.
So far, so good as well for Saliba with kings here on the short stack. Queen 10 for who in the big blind. Full 3x raise here from Saliba.
Yeah, I mean, he's just really committed himself here. Wonder if who's thinking of, yeah, okay.
Who lets it go? Saliba picks up the blinds and antes.
I agree. Thanks. No.
Never fun to pick up kings at the right time and not getting any action.
Push it. Thank you. Thanks.
Are you sticking here with us, or what's going on?
Get rid of me.
Okay. Well, I bid you farewell, my friend.
Enjoy.
Yeah.
Shout out to an old friend of ours, Wes Cuts Hall, in the chat on PokerGO. Thank you for tuning in. Hope all is well.
Am I going? Oh.
Wow, what a roller coaster.
Got some viewers from South Korea and Borgata. Michael Manson asking, is there an actual app you can watch this on? Yes, PokerGO, the app you can find in your app store.
And also the YouTube app.
Also the YouTube app, but also what I was going to say is that on PokerGO you can watch new episodes of a new season of High Stakes Poker, which it might be the craziest high stakes poker season.
Yep. Can't do that on YouTube.
Of the modern era.
Forgot Keith Lear was even at this table. He's just chilling there. Action over to who in the
It's a
small
shootout for this
blind?
5K. You
6-3
got to take the
suited.
blinds before me.
Huh?
It's a shootout for this 5K, and you got to take the blinds before me.
He just ripped this in. Look at that.
Oh yeah, Anthony who shoves with 6-3 of spades, applying that pressure on Saliba, who has an even worse hand, 5 deuce.
Now somehow has an even worse hand.
Turn all of it.
Little do they know we have a 50K pay jump. Looks like 5K.
I don't.
We're out here grinding.
No, he's the only one left. All the rest of them are done.
Yeah?
Got them all, coach.
That's great.
Oh, you guys did last longer today?
He's the only one left. All the last longers I had.
I'm just trying to be the last one.
Yeah, I already finished 4th in the tournament.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Very good. Makes up for the Golden State. They almost did it, man. What a comeback. I thought they were going to do it.
Kind of been like their MO all season. Just get down like 15.
Well, I mean, that foul they called on said on Draymond against Kyrie when they went up 102, 101. The ball was down here now. He was just picking the ball up, and he hit it. And he said it was in shooting motion. Gave him three shots. Like, was this? I mean, he might have been trying to go up to shoot it, but the ball wasn't up there. I'll see you again tomorrow.
Shout out
I
Chino.
enjoyed it.
Oh, wow.
Throwing Keith Lear a flag. Not only does Keith Lear get 5K, but he's got ace king of
No
diamonds.
more 7 high.
Good luck.
Good luck.
I'm all in.
I wish he played TV cash games, don't you?
Oh, man.
He'd be so incredible.
He'd be so good.
If I fold, I hope you show 8 high. I do fold.
Here's more.
The legend that is Keith Lear. Good old cheese monster.
Yep, Porcino.
Bunch of shorties over here, Clement.
Clement, you have the chip lead? No.
He's in a good mood.
What's his name?
Clement?
I've never seen him not in a good mood.
Yeah.
You ever seen him what?
I've never seen him not in a good mood.
Yeah, he's a joyful guy.
Pretty happy guy.
Looks like he plays pretty damn good too.
Yeah. No problem. You can keep that.
Wow, this is a setup.
No 7 high.
Ace jack off here for Moreno.
Or I might have to snack on you.
Snack away, buddy. Get yourself a little snacky bar.
Oh, it didn't fold to me.
These are why the day ones are the best. Moreno in there with a raise to 90K. The blinds did go up on this table, 20K, 40K. Saliba with the decision.
Let's do it.
I'm going to go 180, though.
All right, so
180.
Saliba going 180.
I already knew he was doing it. Everybody else did too.
Yeah, this is going to be bad news for him. Given how short he is, I can't imagine Moreno's going anywhere. He does put him in.
Moreno reaches for the
Dealt
big
me the
stack
ace instead of the 7.
to get Saliba all in before the
be lucky.
flop. Ace-6 of clubs, looking for some help here versus Ace-Jack.
Could have mucked.
Justin Saliba, 27% to survive this, or else he will be our 13th place finisher. $530K in the middle. This will give Moreno a chance to get up to 2 million again. Queen 5-5, chop outs lingering in the air. 8 of hearts gives Moreno a flush draw on the jack on the river. Seals it. Justin Saliba eliminated in 13th place, takes home $23,600, and we are down to 12, meaning 2 tables of 6.
Yeah, not having 7 high. Not having caused death.
And a 6K pay jump for everyone left in the field.
It's tricky. You got to be careful what you wish for, right?
Not bad.
Careful what you wish for, right? Did you read
Moreno, they're up over 1.9 million now.
Absolute legend. Yeah.
Joey? I had all of them. I had all of them. Joey, you too? Oh yeah.
What do we read?
Goosebumps.
No.
Art by R.L. Stine. It's like a children's
Your kids didn't read it?
Scary book.
They had the best art on the books.
Do you remember
the covers?
Do you remember they did like a show too, like on I think Nick at Night?
Goosebumps.
Oh.
Shout out Goosebumps.
It was obviously not as good.
Only my childhood.
I was gonna say, were those books also?
Yeah, books.
They made like a
my favorites were
kids
like,
show from
turn
it
to
too,
37 if you want to like open the door.
Yeah.
Turn to page 82 if you want to like jump out the window.
All right, me and you. Here we go.
I did the video games thing. I couldn't read a book. I just would all like sit in front of video games all day.
To be fair, Goosebumps was like, I don't think
It turned out good.
Kind of does.
Worked out.
Wow.
I got a snack on these guys.
Pack a lunch, buddy.
Oh man.
Ace-7 for McEwen.
All of it.
Call.
There is, oh wow, snapped off
Yeah,
by
had a bad
Keith
call.
Lear with a couple of queens.
It's not hell yet. You finally caught that ace.
I know.
Well, you were both going to call me, weren't you?
You really were. Just don't prepay me, whatever you do.
Matthew McEwen all in
much
here
is it?
from the small blind. Ace-7 off, up
Just
against the
don't prepay.
pocket
No,
queens of
don't let
Keith
him
Lear.
That's a good trick.
If you win, it saves you time, valuable time.
Mm-hmm.
Seconds, even.
Keith Lear, the covering stack, just got a hold. 8-4 deuce. Queen's still good. 10 of spades on the turn. 7 of spades on the river.
Yeah.
Keith Lear's queen's hold. He actually finishes with a spade flush. Knocks out Matthew McEwen in 12th place. McEwen going to take home $29,500. And then there were 11.
You know what, man?
Fortunate for you to have ace king or ace queen.
Yeah, so unless it was with a spade. 4 spades came, I think, right?
Lear now up to $720K. 5-handed at this table: Andrew Lichtenberger, Keith Lear, Andrew Moreno, Joey Wiseman, and Anthony Hu. Moreno, the largest stack of the 5, 1.9 million for him. Moreno did close out the PGT kickoff series a few weeks ago with a 5th place finish in the final event for $65K. He had 2 cashes at that series, so looking to continue to work his way up the PGT leaderboard. Who with the raise here, queen 9 off. Moreno's got a suited king 5 in the big blind, comes along. Saw these two go heads up not too long ago, and they're going to do so once again. Who in position? 777 slot machine. Moreno checks. Probably just going to see an auto C-bet here from who, and he does 55K. Moreno comes along. Ten of hearts on the turn. Second heart out there now. Moreno checks once again. Let's see if who continues betting at this one. $240,000 is the bet from who. Right around 3/4 pot.
10 seconds.
Moreno says no thank you. Puts his hand in the muck, and Anthony Who takes that one. $11 players left here in event number 2 at the 2025 PokerGO Cup. Two tables in play. Here is the outer table. See Eric Seidel in the center of your screen. On his right is Michael Monsek, the winner of event number 1, still in the mix here and has a healthy stack of more than 1.3 million. Also at this table, Manuel Fritz, Michael Berg, Clement Dang, and in the hoodie to the far right is Sam Laskowitz. Fritz is the current tournament chip leader, 2.225 million for him. Was the beneficiary of a good beat in his favor, a bad beat in Michael Burke's favor. Fritz's ace-queen versus Burke's ace-king. They got it all in pre. In a 5-bet pot. Fritz nailed a queen on the flop and took it down from there. Burke's still alive though, still fighting. Dang with a raise here to 80K. Fritz has king,
a little over
queen
600
suited.
Yeah. 10 seconds.
Comes with the call. Queen 8-5.
Check.
Rainbow. Top pair. Pretty good kicker for Fritz. Those queens have been nice to him. Action on Dang. Checks back. Six on the turn. 160 is the bet.
Fritz seemingly on his way to grab the chip, or extend his chip lead, I should say.
10 seconds.
But dang, not going anywhere. Comes along and makes the call. I wonder what part of him thinks that ace high is going to be good sometimes.
Dang's got 375 left, 540 out there. Let's see what Fritz comes with here. If anything. I mean, backdoor diamonds do come in, which is interesting.
10 seconds.
Could also just move it in, try and target hands that are under pairs to that queen. Pretty quick fold there from Dang, and Fritz does what Remko just said. He extends that chip lead up to almost 2.5 million.
Today, Wednesday.
Thursday.
It was.
Or no, it's
2 minutes
it
ago.
was Wednesday. That was Thursday.
Is today Wednesday?
I have 400 exact, or 440.
Action here folds two. Laskowitz on the button. He's got an ace.
Raise 80.
Raised to 80K. And Fritz just keeps getting better for the chip leader. Couple of kings here in the small blind.
10 seconds.
$300.
Time extension.
300.
Three bet to 300, and Laskowitz gives it up fairly quickly. And Fritz is just cruising right now. 2.65 million for him. Laskowitz still healthy over there on 1.54. Seidel 2.1, 1.3 for Monsek, and then the short stacks here, Burke and Dang. Action over to Fritz. Queen 9 off. He's only got the two short stacks behind him.
Great.
Time extension.
80,000.
Seconds.
Clement Dang in a precarious situation right now on the short stack.
Time extension.
Does make the call, suited jack. 220 in the middle, 255 behind for Dang. When 5 queen 6 falls on the flop. Fritz with top pair, everything coming up Fritz right now.
Yeah, Dang, just nothing really to work with here.
But can you fault him for calling in the big blind there?
No, I think, you know, it's, you're getting a good price. I know you're super short, yes, but suited jack I think is fine to come in there and take a shot. Also, I mean, Fritz can be pretty wide here, right?
Fritz continues with 40,000. Ding's hands are tied. He'll be left with just 6 big blinds after folding here, so he'll need some help soon, and the same can be said for Michael Burke. After that, however, no real short stack, so the battle for this final table could definitely linger on for quite some time. Shout out to everyone who is watching here at this late hour. I know that my European friends are already wide awake, hopefully at work already by now. Aussie's probably already done with work. But it is good to have some late night poker action here in Vegas as we approach the 1 a.m. hour. We'll be with you here until the final table is set, and that'll then be streamed at 1 p.m. tomorrow on the YouTube channel of PokerGo, as well as PokerGo.com, obviously. Also live on Twitter. Trying to just, you know, spread the word of the PGT. Hope you all enjoy the coverage. We have more updates and content if you head on over to PGT.com. Also, leaderboard standings, recaps, and highlights. Clement Dang in the small blind now finds an absolute beauty. Ace King of Spades facing only Texas Mike in the big blind. He jams, and Monsek snaps it off. You can count on him to make a quick decision, and Dang, a heavy favorite to receive a much-needed double-up. Here comes the flop. Ace, Jack, 6, 2 hearts. Turn 10 of diamonds. The river is the 4 of clubs.
Power banks.
Dang.
Power banks somewhere.
Doubles up.
Thank you.
Monsek down to $1 million.
Thank you.
All right. Play will continue with the final 12, 2 tables of 6. Round of quick folds to Seidel. Takes this one from
Yeah,
the big
I think
blinds.
it fell from that thing from the dealer earlier.
Caught up now.
Hi players, everyone's caught up.
Looks like we're playing soft hand for hand to make sure that that one table doesn't run away from the other. Did I say 12? 11 left. Of course, we lost McEwen from the feature table when he ran his A7 into the Queens of Keith Lear. Johnny Vibes in the chat asking, are we playing down to 8? It's going to be 8 or 7, most likely down to 7. Determined director discretion once we get down to that point. As Fritz again picks up the goods. Ace King this time. Laskovitz with a defendable hand here from the big blind.
10 seconds.
You got like 1.6.
1,495.
Thank you.
Laskovitz checks to the razor to Fritz. It's going to continue. Alex in the chat asking, are we ever going to go back to the feature table? We try to give these tables equal shine because, of course, these players are exposing their whole cards to the entire world. More importantly, to their opponents as well. So we have to balance our ranges, if you will. We can give you some chip updates from our main table. Andrew Moreno still on top, 1.7 million. Followed closely by Anthony Hu on 1.6, Joey Wiseman on 1.5. And then Lichtenberger and Keith Lear are right around the same stack, around 750,000. So that is the latest from the main feature table.
Burke still hanging on, man. Still hanging on. Monsek just all of it. Seidel, a couple of sevens. This is a big shove.
25 bigs from Monsek, and Seidel quickly releases sevens. What kind of hand are we calling with there? Tens?
If you're
for sure.
Seidel?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's not fully tens for sure.
Eights?
Eights, probably no.
Ace jack of hearts?
I think ace queen, yes. Ace jack suited is probably, I mean, flip a coin in your head.
I love
pull a coin out and literally flip it on the table. I guess I don't know.
I love trying to name a hand that gives you pause.
Great, 90 double.
Well, you just try and think of it like, if you're in Seidel's shoes, you got 2 million. You're pretty healthy, right? And you got a guy that just ripped in 25 big blinds in front of you. You look down and you see ace jack suited. I mean, what? How are you gonna feel? I mean, it's like, really, like really.
It's also the kind of spots you just don't want to take. It's such
I mean, he can like get to the final table with like some decent maneuvering. Doesn't really need to get overly involved unless he obviously has to. So, yeah, Seidel's kind of there. Doesn't really need to risk half his stack like that. It is interesting to see Monsek just rip it in there because nines. I mean, nines aren't fives. Like, if you have fives, you raise. Fritz calls from the big blind. Maybe it's a little bit tricky to play fives post flop against the chip leader, right? But not nines, I think, play fine post. I think you can induce some stuff from some other players that want to get a little crazy behind you if they want to do that, so.
Seidel here with sixes continues for 65,000, and Burke check raises all in with 10-8.
Yeah, just if you got a king, you got a king. I mean, you got a better 10, okay. You got queen jack, I mean, it's off to the races.
Seidel realizes that even this price is no good with sixes.
Sevens didn't work. Put him in the muck. Sixes don't work. Put him in the muck. He needs to go back to playing aces.
Yeah, I was going to say, just wait for aces again.
If he gets aces on this hand, something's up. Something is up. It's not aces because it's in the muck. Now it's Laskowitz's turn with the 9s.
Raise. 85.
85K is the raise. Dang is going to come along here from the big blind. King 4 off. Queen 8 deuce, rainbow. Just one overcard out there to the 9s of Laskowitz. He's going to continue here. Looks like 40K. Quick fold from Dang, and Laskowitz takes that one.
In a way, it almost feels like we're still on the bubble. Pace of play is a little low, and
final table bubble.
I mean,
pretty much.
Yeah,
right?
we're coming up on it for sure.
King Queen suited for the living legend Eric Seidel. Deuces.
Monsek would have played it.
Everyone folds.
Does Monsek play big cash games?
Yeah, he's played on Hustler sometimes.
He needs to be in the game.
He definitely needs to be in the game. I know Brent Hanks was yelling about it on the stream for the final table earlier today. We need to get this guy on some cash games.
And get him on cash flow.
Cash flow, no gamble, no future. I mean, no gamble, no future feels like it's right up Monsek's alley.
Absolutely.
Ace-9 for Dang on the button, 10 bigs.
James in the chat says, I think I was the 500th like. James, thank you. Appreciate it. 500 likes, always a great number to hit on any of these live streams. Doing it for the fans.
400.
Here's that.
Hold up after this hand. What does that mean?
Do we lose someone?
We must be ahead. We played pretty fast.
Yeah, we went pretty quick now.
We saw one fall.
Playing a little too fast at this table. Slow it down, boys. Slow it down.
Eric Seidel, 47 million in career tournament earnings.
Is that all?
He's 12th on poker's all-time money list, even though he was first once upon a time. So many big moves on that list over time.
Predictable. I had a predictable hand. But yeah, it's a tough spot for you.
It was close.
Yeah, it is.
I didn't know what's right or wrong there. A6 off.
A6?
Yeah.
When Eric Seidel recorded his first ever live cash
calling and changing my mind
in May of 1988, he jumped
not
to
worried about last
53rd on poker's all-time money list.
They're all gone.
That is the lowest he's ever been on the all-time money list.
Wow.
I'll do you one better. Hold on, let me find the number. Since February 1996, Eric Seidel has never ranked lower than 20th on poker's all-time money list.
Since what year?
February 1996.
Jeez. I mean, the guy's the GOAT. I mean, come on.
It's absolutely insane. His streak of being in the top 10 only ended recently, but from 2008 until just August of last year, he spent in the top 10 the entire time.
Back on the main feature. Andrew Moreno still up on top. What happens if we get Monsek versus Wiseman heads up again? Do we just everyone just goes home for the series? Is that just?
I mean, I think it'd be kind of cool if we get a rematch.
But Joey's got to win that one, right? Like
yeah,
that's how it's gotta
just
go.
to keep the sweat more exciting.
Action here, folds to the small blind, Andrew Moreno, 10-7 off. Puts in a raise. Wiseman probably not going to be able to play this Jack-6 off. Nope. I feel like I see Andrew Moreno's beard growing on the stream. Like we've just been here for so long. It's just
yeah, it's turning gray actually while we're doing the broadcast. It's a highly underestimated part of being a tournament player. The days are long. The nights are short because you're probably all wound up from playing all day, and then trying to get some sleep is extremely difficult. But these guys have been at it since noon. And the stakes only keep on getting higher as Andrew Moreno finds pocket aces on the button.
We've seen aces like I feel like 8 times today.
And also tons of kings.
Yeah.
Anthony Hu in the big blind finds the kind of hand that can kill a pair of aces.
Yeah. Kind of hand that he'll be playing too. There's the call. These are the 2 biggest stacks at this table.
King 5, 10, 1 spade. Who did pair up?
Yeah, I mean, who probably interested enough on this board? He's got a pair. He's got backdoor spades. Probably a flop you're going to see Moreno continue a lot on. There is that bet. 90K.
And who's going to make the call with his pair of fives. Now a spade on the turn could make things really interesting. Moreno does not have any spades himself. Instead, we get the king of diamonds. Moreno checks back on the turn, and the river brings the deuce of diamonds. Is there a specific purpose for the check on the turn? Is it because he doesn't think he's going to get more value on turn and river? Is it to perhaps pot control a little bit?
I think it might be kind of a way ahead, way behind type of thinking. You know, you're just still crushing all the tens, the fives that who might come along with, and then if he happens to have a king, you know, it's, do you really just want to play a really big pot against the one guy that can severely hurt you at the table? Like, now I think you're gonna see a value bet of sorts from Moreno. You know, try and target a 10, try and target a 5. You know, had your opponent had a hand like ace X of diamonds, I mean, he can't because you have the ace of diamonds, right? So you don't necessarily need to worry, or you don't need to worry, I should say, about your opponent backing into some sort of nut flush.
And now Moreno going for value, betting 240.
Yeah, I mean, who's in a tough spot here? Second one going in. Doesn't want to fold. Hard to call.
Feels like Who just wants to absolutely not get bluffed, and he does make the call, sees the bad news, and that is a great pickup for Andrew Moreno, who is now up to 2.3 million. Can you sort of explain why Who ultimately made the call? Because you know,
I mean, he's got a bluff catcher,
right?
right? I mean, obviously he's not beating value.
Does it have any diamonds though? With third diamond coming in.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just a lot of times with these types of calibers of player, like, you know, they have the bluffs.
All right, well, maybe Donnie has been doing some studying here on OccupyPoker.ai, because that is the place to work on your poker game. It's the most accessible poker study tool for all skill levels. Join for free right now, or sign up for a paid plan and save 10% until February 20th on OccupyPoker.ai if you go for the annual pro plan. Look at that, right at the buzzer. Finished my little thing. All right, back to the action. Moreno, 2.3 million. Second only behind
King Hearts.
Manuel Fritz, who's chip leader.
King Hearts.
Sitting on the outer table.
You're just being honest.
Still playing 20K, 40K for a few more hands.
Kind of interesting
Have you
here
ever seen it,
because
announced it, and just been wildly wrong?
Lear
I've
folded.
been there a couple times.
Andrew Moreno said he thought he saw one of his cards, King of Diamonds. It was the King of Hearts. Lear said I had the King of Hearts and folded. And Joey Weissman's got a king on the button here, and he's just like, oh, well, there's one less king in the deck. Hopefully I can just raise and take this one, and he does. No, but going back to that hand, I mean, listen, we talked about this earlier. Like, you know, the very good players are going to be able to, like, correctly pull the bluffs in at a really good frequency. So it just makes it tough because if they're doing so correctly, then in a lot of ways you're playing a guessing game. And ultimately, like, when people are trying to play perfect from a theory-based perspective, you're always going to be indifferent.
We're
So
ahead
like
of them,
there,
or
Anthony,
behind
who is
them.
like feeling indifferent, like, yeah, I can call and he can be bluffing, and I can call and he can have value, and it just kind of sucks. It's a bad spot to be in. But when you know someone is capable of bluffing, then you probably have to call there.
You only have the 2 stacks of blue, nothing. On the
Whereas
other
if you
side
know
of that, right?
someone is more of not necessarily a theory player, or maybe they're just not as in tune with the theory, then you're like, okay, this guy's just over bluffing, so yeah, click call. Or oh, this guy's just never bluffing, so okay, I'll just fold, right? But if somebody's extremely balanced, like I would guess Moreno is closer to balance than not, then you know, you just gotta kind of hope that you click the right button.
Haven't seen much from Lichtenberger for quite some time. Now perhaps a small little blind battle brewing between him and Keith Lear.
Check. 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 Bet 60,000.
Lear gonna take a stab here on the turn. He's also open-ended in case he does get called, and he just wins it right there. Hard hand for hand announced.
Okay.
Just sounds like that's just a sign of what's going on here.
Typically, if there's like bigger stacks at once, like, since we're all bigger stacks, like we would probably play slower, right? I would imagine. And
They have a lot of chips over there.
They all have big stacks over there.
One short stack though, right?
There's
Yeah, but he doubled up.
Oh, you doubled.
Okay.
Well, then, so much for that.
Small blind Keith.
Y'all are just slow. I mean,
Yeah, it is.
Pick it up.
It is more noticeable as the night goes on.
They were 2 hands behind at one time.
Weissman, by the way, here picking up a very fast hand.
Oh yeah. Best suit too, baby.
Oh yeah.
Spades.
Raise 85,000.
85,000 is a raise from Weissman. Action folds to Lear in the small blind. Ace-8 off.
All in.
And he moves all in. Poor timing for Keith Lear. Moreno gets out of the way. And the snap call from Joey Weissman has been announced. We've got Ace-King versus Ace-8. Finally, a moment again to sit up for here, as we've sort of fallen into a little bit of a lull here with 11 players left in this event. Is Keith Lear going to be the next player out? 10-3-6, Lear looking for an 8 and an 8 only. And the river is the 5 of diamonds.
Yep.
Keith Lear will be our 11th place finisher, and that brings us one step closer to the final table. Lear takes home $29,500 and, of course, the proceeds of the last longer bets that he talked about before on the stream here. Now down to the final 10. 2 tables, 5 and 5. We'll continue playing, which also means we need to receive a new player at our feature table. Donnie, refresh my memory. Do we combine at 8 or at 7?
Good question.
It's been a while since we've done
In
this
my
late night coverage.
opinion,
Yes.
we should combine at 7.
You also
Play
have
4
ace.
and 4.
4 and 4. Wow. I kind of like that actually.
But I don't know what they do. I don't remember.
Well, we're about to find out because we're getting closer to that point.
Oh, we're getting Eric Seidel. See him there in the background.
Oh, love
Let's
it.
go.
Hall of Famer making his way over to the feature table.
I mean, he had a lot of chips. He had 2 million, right?
I mean,
So
Seidel also has
Who's coming
2
here?
cashes at the kickoff, so he is definitely hunting for those points.
We're bringing in some more. It's like a tiny bit. Yeah.
Good evening.
Seidel winning his first WSOP bracelet back in 1992. A 2,500 no limit event where he beat Phil Hellmuth heads up.
Welcome back. No, actually.
Hellmuth, of course, not only has the most bracelets, also the most second place finishes in WSOP event. I believe also the most third place finishes in those events. Do love me some WSOP history going through results from the past. Anthony Hu makes it 80K. Action over to Weissman in the big blinds. Seidel takes his seat to the left of Hu.
10 seconds.
You got my eight. I have your eight. Lance, can I give you a chip rack? It's actually 7 or 8.
7, yeah.
Thank you. And,
Looks like we have a casualty on the outer table. Clement Dang eliminated. Yeah, there he is. Dang gathering his stuff. It was Fritz who put him all in before the flop.
Three-way all in.
Three-way all in. Oh, here we go. We got it on screen. Oh, I guess we're not done yet. Dang, Monsek, Fritz, and it is Monsek who wins a pot worth 2.6 million chips. I got a little bit ahead of myself there. Fritz, the aggressor with King Queen, and that backfired as Monsek finds jacks in the big blind.
Yeah, so Fritz jammed from the cutoff.
Wow.
Clement Dang called all in on the short stack. He had the ace queen suited. Fritz, as you saw, had the king queen off. Monsek looks down from the big and finds jacks. Bang! Boom! I'm in there. It comes 7-4 deuce 10-4. Dang actually flopped a spade flush draw, but didn't come in, so he's out the door. Monsek doubles up to more than 2.5 million.
Oh, more than double up.
Yeah, more than double.
He doubles through Fritz, and he takes Dang's chips.
And 1.8 and change is left for Fritz. So Fritz still healthy. He had that big chip
Yeah,
lead,
but Monsek is the chip leader again after winning event number 1. So
I can only imagine how that's going to turn out. He's going to steamroll this thing.
oh my God, it's going to be great entertainment. I'll guarantee you that much.
Yeah, we should go to that table.
I mean, we have 3 stacks worth 2 million on our main feature table, and we have Michael Monsek probably going all in every hand now on the secondary table. I'm joking, but
well, that table is interesting. I mean, they're four-handed for one thing.
Yep.
Berg is very short with 10 big blinds, so it really does allow Monsek to start opening things up, and we know he loves to open things up. So things could get a bit wild over there.
I know. Well, either way, Dang to the rail, and Burke now on 10 big blinds on the outer table, very much under pressure here. Looks like we got Burke all in on the outer table. Monsek, the one making the call. It is Burke with King Queen versus Monsek with fours. For Monsek,
he's got 3 million now.
Oh my God. Absolutely wild scenes here as Michael Burke takes 9th for 35,400, same payout as Clemendang. And we are down to the final 8. Michael Monsek on top, chip leader with 3 million chips. Ladies and gentlemen, we might see back-to-back champions here as we go on a quick break. Don't go anywhere. 13-minute break, and then we'll resume play with the final 8 players here as we look for the final 7. So one more elimination needed before the night is done. We do have to go on break, so we'll see you guys back in 13 minutes.
Looking for poker that's fun and free? Play Poker Go brings you authentic poker action. No bots, gimmicks, just players like you from all over the world. Jump straight into a ring game or test your skills at a tournament against real competition. With Play Poker Go, every hand feels like the real deal. Find Play Poker Go on web, iOS, and Android. Join the fun. Sign up for free. Play Poker Go.
Final 7 of our first PokerGO Cup event. And a good one for Baldy here in the form of the Ace-King. Two of the Bumblebee 100K chips into the middle as he opens to 200K. Mike happy to flick a chip in with the 9-8 suited.
Oh, he's thrilled. This is his favorite hand. You might like this hand better than aces.
And it comes King 8-4 with 1 club. Pair in the backdoor flush draw for Texas Mike. Baldy out in front, flopping a king.
Inevitable collision. This middle pair scenario versus top pair. 2-tree moon for Eric Baldwin. Can't help but notice that patch.
Nice.
Look at all the sponsors this guy's got, Baldy.
Popular guy in the poker world. Texas Mike check calls, 150K on the flop. And the turn is the ace of clubs. It delivers top 2 to Eric Baldwin, but also sends a flush draw Texas Mike's way. 850K now in the pot.
You think of a turn card, that's it, right? And guarantees action heading to the river.
$575K.
Does size it up as well. 2 flush draws out there that he certainly is concerned about. And I think Baldwin knows, Texas Mike, he could even be sticky with just a bare king in this spot.
Monsek check calls once more. Baldwin 1.6 million behind, as you see on the bottom left corner of your screen, 2 million in the middle. And the river is the 10 of clubs.
What a sick and twisted river card it is. How to proceed now. Baldy's only got 1.6 million behind, and there's 2 million out. He's going for it all.
Good luck getting away from this one if you're Eric Baldwin against the most aggressive player at the table, who just so happens to have the chip lead.
What a disgusting spot right out of the gate. The hand's simply too good. He's got a call, and he is out.
Nice hand, good game.
Just like that. Nice hand, good game indeed to Eric Baldwin. Out in 7th, an absolute cooler against the chip leader, Texas Mike. Baldy on the board here at the 2025 PokerGO Cup, presented by Monkey Tilt. Eliminated, though, in 7th for a little more than $35,000.
It's getting a little needle on the way out. I can see the grimace on his face. Probably osmus.
Texas Mike about half the chips in play.
Of course. He wanted this tournament over yesterday. Tried to win it on day one.
It's kind of what he does. Either going to have all of it or going to be out the door. 7-5 suited.
I would love to see Dr. B apply
200,
a great deal of pressure. Instead the misclick, he goes to 200 with 7-5 suited, but maybe just all in.
Right.
In
Your
this
hand
spot
doesn't play
with that
terribly
hand
at
and
all.
apply a ton of pressure to Katami.
We'll flick in the call with the king 4. Queen 4-3 with 2 diamonds. Hello. A pair for Katami, which might just be good enough. Meanwhile, as we see Dr. B, the flush draw and the gut shot.
It's picture perfect. If you're not going to make a pair, make all the draws. Money would easily and happily go in. Maybe for both players. Katami does not like this pressure, of course, but we've got middle pair with the king.
Here it is.
If you got it, you got it. Is it time?
Is it time for Danny Katami out of Redwood City? Big NorCal sports fan. Loves the Warriors and the Niners, and here we go. Just need the word call.
I think Dr. B just needs to make sure. Yeah, it's only 200K more. I would imagine never folding.
Call.
There it is. There's the call. Here we go. 1.6 million in this pot. Katami has the best hand at the moment, but as you see on the bottom left corner of your screen, he is an underdog.
How much would you have folded to? How much would you have folded to? You got everything. Guess you gotta make sure.
Yeah, song's saying, let's move it along. Katami's force holds. Only has to dodge a 7-5
That's
diamond.
it, yeah. Well, a couple more outs now. Yeah, 21 outs in the deck.
Suspense. Sweaty card.
Katami becomes the oh-so-slight favorite.
There it is.
But the river is a deuce. The straight comes in for Dr. B, and Katami's day is done.
Mallards always land on the river. Dr. B eliminating Katami. I don't think I've ever seen a 21 outer before in my life.
Cherish has been forced into some folds throughout the course of the day. Yeah, this is pretty. 2 aces in the open. Dr. B, the king jack.
Tread carefully with these types of hands. I can't fathom Cherish Andrews having a wide opening range here. This dynamic, having Song so short. She might not have any raise folds.
He does call, so they'll go heads up to this flop with 650K in the pot. Andrews 1 million behind. It comes king 4-4. And to your point, to approach with caution, this is most likely going to get Dr. B in some trouble.
It is. The trap now being set, the check. We just hope we're up against King X. Exactly the case. Cherish Andrews on the verge of a double up. Unless she gets very unlucky. This is now going in.
500K. Dream spot here for Andrews.
Love it. Little acting. Little Hollywood. Take your time before. Okay, fine. I'm all in.
Let's just go with it.
I call.
Win and the call. And with 2.65 million in the middle, Cherish Andrews finds herself in wonderful waters. we know that a king has already been folded, and one does not arrive there on the turn. A king and only a king will eliminate Andrews. You see Song pointing over, most likely to Brock Wilson on the rail. The river is an ace. Ace is full for Cherish Andrews.
I folded a king. It's going to be hard for you to get there.
I mean, it's amazing what has been created, and seeing all the great players in the world, and even terrible players like yourself, Jeff, using
I don't know if that was necessary.
Wonderful tool in tech.
It is awesome. Can't recommend it
And
enough.
it's cheap. That's the best part. It's dirt cheap.
You can't try to fuck someone.
For the people.
For the people. Anyway, check it out. Let us know what you think.
Go do it right now. Let us know in the chat. What do you think?
Song, king, queen suited, and here we go.
850, I think.
Count it out.
Sorry, 9.
Bad news for Song. He has walked in to the best hand in poker. Couple of mallards, yeah.
Got him, huh?
Good game, Steven.
Let's see how the deuces fare at this 2025 PGT Major season.
That would be a horrible beat if they lost. Percentages must be wrong.
Yeah, no,
it's like
slight,
king, queen,
slight underdog.
Favorite. No, that can't. No,
and it comes
no.
king, queen, 10.
No, this is just wrong. Good for Song, but this is wrong.
The turn is a 5. You said earlier that it always appears on the river.
Mallards love the river.
But the river is a 5. Huge surprise that the king, queen beats the deuces.
Couldn't you have saved money if those,
Well,
crazy things would have
700K, you're a little more prone maybe to getting bluffed out of by Texas Mike in the big blind.
Okay, 800. How about a
no,
million?
I
How about a
get
million?
your point. And maybe you should ask the analyst of this broadcast.
I will ask the analyst. It didn't seem scientific out of Song. I think maybe excessive. Anyway, who cares? Moving on.
Wiseman versus Song here. Song opens. Joey defends the A7 off.
And welcome back, late night poker fans. We are down to the final 8.
765.
On day 1 of event 2 of the 2025 PokerGO Cup. My name is still Remko Rinkema. He is still Donnie Peters, and
Thank God.
we have a lot of tough
getting a
players battling for those 7 seats at tomorrow's
Mamma
final
mia.
table.
I wanted more. I was hungrier than I let on.
You acted like you weren't hungry. I like it.
Eric Seidel among the comfortable stacks in this event. Andrew Lichtenberger right now, the short stack. And
King, huh? Just banged it off on the turn.
he's had a pretty quiet day so far.
That is clean, man.
Haven't seen him involved in many
You
major
saw my hand?
pots.
Yes. I mean, that's not dust.
Looks as though we have a big one potentially on the outer table.
Without looking at your hand, 0%.
I think
Good
I
chance?
missed some of the details
didn't have
here. Let me see. Oh, wow. We have aces and ace king. 3.2 million in the middle. Queen, queen 3, 7, and a 10. And just like that, the biggest pot of the night goes to
1-5, 4-5.
Daddy Laskowitz. The baby run good is officially here.
Oh, jeez. You're weak, huh?
Wow. Laskowitz up to 3.2 million. And he is now our new chip leader. And as I just mentioned, Lichtenberger to short stack, well, scratch that. It is Manuel Fritz, who is down to 230,000 and basically on the ropes.
That's the new baby run good right there.
Oh, it's out?
Not yet.
There you go.
It'll probably be out middle of the final table.
That'll be a treat.
This is right.
If the baby is a boy, is it going to get the name of whoever loses to him?
Did you already
heads
give me some?
Yeah. There's some good names left.
Dealers, go ahead, one more hand.
Fritz had almost 3 million like a half hour ago.
Yes. Fritz was chip
What happened?
Fritz was chip leader for what felt like at least the whole level.
I mean, I know what happened, but I mean, it's like, what happened?
Absolutely wild. Now Fritz down to fewer than 5 big blinds. I guess we're just counting down the time until he gets all in, and then the question becomes, will he find a way to double up? Texas Mike going for back-to-back final tables. Almost seems like a lock right now. 2.9 million for him. Moreno on 2.2, Seidel on 2.1.
105.
And Laskowitz obviously is going to continue to apply the pressure. Fritz has to be patient with his final chips. He's not out of the tournament just yet, but it's got to feel like a mental defeat already. All right, so Weissman with 7-6 diamonds is going to defend. Jack 3-5. Very interesting flop for Weissman. Just a gut shot straight flush draw. I wonder how much a player like Weissman cares about, you know, first making it to the final table tomorrow and, you know, having a bit of a reset, perhaps getting some rest, versus wanting to play with a bit of fire here on this final table bubble, applying some pressure. It'll be interesting to see how he's going to approach this one. Weissman's going to take the conservative approach. He's going to make the call. Doesn't want to blow up the pot just yet. And the turn is the 8 of diamonds. Now officially hit his flush. Also now open-ended for the straight flush. 9 of diamonds would be a really fun card. Laskowitz picks up a gut shot straight draw, also a flush draw.
$220.
And Laskowitz continues firing here. How do you feel about this?
Yeah, I mean, he improved it in terms of picking up some equity. I think it's good for him to just continuing to apply the pressure here. I mean, that's kind of the key thing, is that, you know, Weissman's not going to want to go too nuts. I mean, obviously we can see he has a flush, but in the eyes of Laskowitz, not wanting to go too crazy,
10 seconds.
given how short Fritz is there still. So, and of course, we can see he has the goods. That said, listen, you know, you can be behind. Yes, it's certainly not an outrageous thing to happen. Comes with just call, and we'll see a river. And it's the king of diamonds.
Wow.
Just comes in for Laskowitz.
Laskowitz catches a 4th diamond. Weissman's flush gets crushed. The daddy run good continues. Weissman checks again wisely. And look at this, Laskowitz perhaps a bit scared here of Wiseman having a bigger diamond and not wanting to play an enormous pot here. Are you surprised to see him check?
I mean, not necessarily that he would get check raised, but, you know, check called by better. So, you know, in his eyes, the pot was big enough. What hands can I get value from? Maybe I don't think I can get value from much at all, so if he does call, maybe he's got the jack of diamonds, the queen of diamonds. So I'll just check, you know. I got my value on flop and turn. Worked out for me.
Laskowitz further solidifying his status as chip leader up to 3.7 million.
Just gonna stay on the gas here with an ace, understandably so.
Still all eyes on Fritz, who is sitting on 4 big blinds. Little pause in the action here as we wait for the action to conclude on the feature table. And here's our man, Manuel Fritz. And he finds a really good hand given his stack size.
Yeah, 4
just,
bigs.
Just ace jack.
Let's go.
10 seconds.
Call.
And Montek, of course, makes the call with ace-7, hoping that Fritz does not have the bigger ace, but he does. Fritz in a great situation here to mount a little bit of a comeback. All right, here comes the flop. Final table on the line. King 8-5, 10 on the turn, still safe for the all-in player. King of diamonds seals it. Manuel Fritz lives to fight another day and is up to 510,000. 10 big blinds, back in the game. Meanwhile, not much to report from the main feature table. I'm keeping an eye on the stats monitor that we have access to.
It's been a really wild last 2 hours for Fritz. You know, he won that huge hand against Michael Burke, came from behind when he had a dominated ace-queen to Burke's ace-king, spiked a queen on the flop, ran it up to almost 3 million, then got into that 3-way all-in,
right,
lost that, then had that massive clash with Laskowitz that we saw after the money went in. I mean, just now, you know, obviously super short stack, but just got that double up now, so he's been all over the place.
Seidel and Moreno, meanwhile, involved in one here. Jack, 3-10 showing. Moreno pairing his 10 on the turn.
190.
Betting 190,000.
It looks like Moreno's just going to keep barreling off here. He was the pre-flop raiser. Seidel called out of the big blind. Seidel check called a bet of 70,000 on the flop. Here on the turn, Seidel check, Moreno bets 190. Going to be hard for Seidel to continue here with clean fold against this sort of aggression, and he does just that, and Moreno takes the pot, and he's up to 2.2 million.
What is the climbing gym out here called?
There's a couple, but the one I go to is Red Rock Climbing Center.
Fresno has one called Metalmark.
Okay.
If you're ever there. On your way to Yosemite.
Perhaps. Maybe one day. This one's R2C2 for short.
Clever.
Yeah. They're actually expanding. It's very exciting times. I love those guys. A true passion project.
I wonder if the players here are even aware of Fritz's status. They don't seem to be too bothered by what's going on the other table. Looks like we have it all in here. Fritz with ace-4 versus the 9s of Monsek, and a 9 on the river. Texas Mike Rungood continues after winning event 1. Drills a 9 on the river to crush the flopped ace of Manuel Fritz, who goes from chip leader to busto. And the Austrian ends up finishing in 8th place for $47,200. And that means that the night is done for us. It's been quite a roller coaster, but ultimately we have 7 players returning for the final table tomorrow. I'm going to run through the names and the chip counts for you here before we sign off. We have Sam Laskowitz taking the chip lead to the final table, 3.7 million. Second in chips will be Michael Monsek on the secondary table as well with 3.2 million. He's going for back-to-back victories here to kick off the 2025 PokerGO Cup. And we have a hand still in progress here. But Andrew Moreno will be our third in chips with 2.1 million, followed by Eric Seidel at 2 million as Lichtenberger here comes with the shove.
Okay.
And who, 665.
And who has the flush draw? Now, I will say, Lichtenberger has been extremely tight, so perhaps who will give him some additional credit.
Yeah, the one over card there to the to the board as well. I think who calls?
We got a real hand here, yeah.
I mean, this is
unexpected too.
I mean, obviously it's never really fun getting your money in without a made hand, right? But I mean, sometimes you just have to take those shots in poker. This would be quite the swings of fortune should Lichtenberger hold here. Of course, he could also get eliminated, which would bring us down to 6 players.
Yeah, last hand of the night. Could even end up taking only 6 players to the final table. If who sends Lichtenberger to the rail right now. Jerry Weissman, however, is done for the day. He's going to take 1.5 to the final table. And who makes the call? And he's got 12 outs, but Lichtenberger, with his 10, is out in front looking for a double up.
Really?
In the dying seconds of day 1 of this event.
Fair fight.
Fair fight indeed. We're flipping coins here. Turn is the deuce of diamonds, river the deuce of hearts, and that is it. Andrew Lichtenberger doubles up on the final night, the final hand of the night.
Yeah.
He'll take 1.6 million to the final table. And Anthony Hu, all of a sudden, is our short stack coming into play tomorrow on 435,000. So there you have it. Went through all the names of the players at tomorrow's final table. That'll take place at 1 p.m. Pacific time, 4 p.m. Eastern. As the final 7 will be guaranteed $47,200, and the winner tomorrow, $295,000. Please join us again for more coverage tomorrow. We have day one coverage of event number 3 at 8 p.m. Pacific time. Donnie and I will be back on the call. Until then, please enjoy final table coverage with Jeff Platt and Brent Hanks on PokerGO.com and our YouTube channel at 1 p.m. Thanks for watching. Have a good night.